Good morning to each and every one of you, and a special welcome to our State Minister, Honorable Franklin Whittle, our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Dermot Spence, and our Acting CEO, Mr. Owen Scarlett, present with us today at the Jamaica Conference Center. Also, our online audience joining us via Zoom platform. My name is Fiona Danvers Bailey, and I will be your host for the Agro-Investment Corporation Market Linkage Networking Seminar under the theme, Transforming Market Linkages in Agriculture, Bridging the Gap Between Farmers and Buyers. Our seminar commemorates our local farmers and embraces the Minister's Grow Smart, Eat Smart initiative, as the focus is geared towards facilitating market linkages between primary agriculture players and the large business community, as a means of strengthening the national food security and improving efficiencies within the agriculture sector. We anticipate meaningful discussions as the seminar aims to bring our personnel from regulatory bodies, exporters/agro-processors, investors/farmers to create linkages and market opportunity. So, a very warm welcome again, and if you have any questions, suggestions, or clarifications, please relay same to our team after each group segment. So we will now get started. So please stand for the singing of the national anthem by April J., who is also advised that you'd all want us to be joined with her, so we'll be doing the a cappella style.
Eternal Father, bless our land. Guard us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil parts. Be our light through countless hours. To our leader, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever, Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us, the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever, Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
Thank you for that wonderful rendition, April J. All right. Next on our program, so we will now have the opening remarks by our acting CEO, Mr. Owen Scarlett.
Good morning, good morning. It's good to be here at the conference center. Our moderator, Fiona Danvers Bailey. We are from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, our State Minister, Honorable Franklin Witter, our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Derman Spence, and we have our Director, Mr. Bellamy from the Agro-Investment Board. And we also have Mr. Courtney Cole, he just arrived. Our guest presenters this morning to afternoon, Ms. Shalika Darby from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have online from the President of the Hotel and Tours Association, Mr. Robin Russell. And we also have here present this morning, the Managing Director of Carita Jamaica Limited and member of the JMEA, Ms. Rita Hilton. We also have our acting Chief Plant Quarantine Produce Inspector, Mr. Damian Rowe. We haven't seen the manager from the National Certification Body, Ms. Navina Wellington Ford. We have, however, from the Spiritual Spice, the Executive Director, Mr. Mohan Jangnarayan. And we also have Director of Marketing from Javolt International Holding Company, Mr. Joel Harris. And from General Manager from Tajul Company, Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzgerald. And a Business Development Executive from GK Food, Mr. Neil David Crum Ewing. Also, Managing Director from Harvest Hill Export Import Limited, Mr. Kika Delop. And we also have in our presence agronomist from First Son, Mr. Donovan Price is here. And we haven't seen the Ebony Park President, Mr. Anthony Grant, but we have seen the President for the New Forest Water Users Group, Mr. Clinton Oscar. And we have also seen from the Plantain Garden River, Mr. Levy is here, and we see from Spring Plain, the Spring Plain Association, Ms. Gavinda Fisher. And other partner here with me this morning, Newport First and Limited, H&L Agro, and we have the hardworking team at Agro-Investment Corporation. And our media partners are here this morning, and other participants, investors join us on Zoom. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning. The pleasure is mine to welcome all of you to Agro-Invest Corporation initial Market Linkage Networking Seminar. Mr. Cole has arrived, thanks. The seminar is organized to bring together exporters / agro-processors and investors, farmers, to share their business processes and strategy for growth, and will act as a catalyst in providing networking opportunity while encouraging dialogue and creating linkage among stakeholders. Key partners will also be invited to share information that will assist investors to understand the requirement involved in exporting, food safety, and agro-processing. Today, the seminar offers the opportunity to connect with agro-processors such as Purchase Spice, Javolt International, Thai Jewel Company Limited, Grace Kennedy. You can also talk with exporters, harvest hill exporters, importers, and they will be more than happy to share their produce and quality information that they require for agro-processing and exporting business. The trade unit, the National Certification Body of Jamaica, and Plan Quarantine will tell you how to get your product exported, ready and available opportunity in that market. Agro-Invest will continue to play our part by facilitating business/asset matching through one-on-one dialogue, collating, reviewing, and disseminating a set of bankable projects that would interest investors, promoting region-wide network for expanding production and distribution, connecting regional and international agency officials involved in developing, financing agriculture projects with local agro-invests, helping you to scale your business idea and working with you to take your produce from farm to fork. And finally, extract your interest today from all the speakers' presentation and find out who is ready to move on to the next step. Driving market connection and linkage and continue to pique your interest from all the presentation today. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is big business. As we all know, it is crucial to the growth and development of Jamaica. We firmly believe that a boost in agricultural investment will enhance our production, food security, and I'm happy to share with you that our activity at Agro-Invest are aligned with food security. As an agency of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, we promote and facilitate large-scale investment in agriculture through the leverage of government-owned land and property. The corporation is also mandated to mobilize funding opportunity and develop partnership with both public and private sector bodies. Agriculture markets are the heart of the development process. Food and agriculture market expand consumer choice and create incentive for our farmers. Well-functioning market and trade enable the optimum allocation of resource, diffuse knowledge and technology, and provide avenue that link agriculture with other sectors of the economy. Thus, the market mechanism is crucial for the structural transformation of the economy for growth and development. Markets are vital to improving the livelihood of millions of people and can provide additional benefits such as contributing to food security by ensuring that food moves from surplus to a deficit era. It is on its basics that Agro-Invest, with the support of the ministry and its Growth Smart, Eat Smart initiative, will endanger market linkage opportunity to assist agribusiness and food sector to scale up and make most of the growth opportunity that are on the horizon. In closing, I want to encourage all our participants to embrace the information shared today and use it to evaluate the opportunity presented to guide toward greater success in your agribusiness. Thank you for attending and participating. I want to welcome the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Colonel Charles Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Scarlett, for your opening remarks. Okay, next on our program is the Honorable Franklin Whittle, Minister of State from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. He will be providing remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Dermot Spence, Mr. Scarlett, Acting CEO of AIC, Mr. Courtney Cole, our Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, other officers from the various departments and agencies in the Ministry of Agriculture, our investors, our farmers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Good morning.
Good morning, Minister.
I'm very happy to be sharing in this exercise here this morning. I think it's very important that we continue to have these kinds of engagement as we seek to create and improve and strengthen the linkages between the various actors in the agricultural sphere and all those who are involved in the agricultural sector in terms of farmers or those persons right across the value chain. I think this is a very important exercise here this morning because as we boast improvement in agricultural production and improvement in our productivity and output, I think it is very, very timely now that we seek to create these kinds of engagement. It is very important to create the linkages between the players in the agricultural sector and all those who are involved in the investment in agriculture. As we boast and enjoy the increase in production, it is important that the linkages are strengthened so that we'll be able to have the kind of investment so that the farmers who are really producing at a very, very at a stage that we are very happy in terms of the output. We now must be able to create that kind of linkages to ensure that the market can respond to these increase in production. This exercise here today on this seminar is very, very important to all of us who are players in the agricultural sector. We, at the ministry, we are investing quite a lot in terms of improving the ability of our farmers to produce more. We have embarked on several projects in terms of irrigation, in terms of providing water, which has always been a serious challenge over these many years to our farmers, the production of water. Yesterday we were in St. Elizabeth, where we commissioned a solar pumping station at Bacon in the parish of St. Elizabeth. And I know what that will do in terms of the engagement of our farmers. We are also embarking on several projects across the island. We are in Clarendon, we are in St. Catherine, we have the SS Valley project, also in St. Elizabeth, which is going to be providing increased irrigation water to our farmers. And I know that our farmers are going to respond to those investments, and therefore we are anticipating even greater output in terms of our domestic food supply. And therefore, these engagements, I think, will go a far way in making sure that as the farmers respond to the increased investment that the ministry is making, then the market will also be in a position to respond to the supply that the farmers will be putting out there in terms of the marketplace. And therefore today, I look forward to this being a productive seminar. We'll be able to engage all the players, and that at the end of the day, we'll be able to ensure that the entire value chain in terms of agricultural production will benefit in terms of the linkages that we are going to create amongst the participants. Therefore, we look forward to a very good seminar today, and so that we'll be able to continue on the path of making sure that agriculture continue to be one of the main contributors to our gross domestic product. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Minister Whittle, for your remarks and, pointing out all the works that are being done by the ministry for our farmers. Okay, so next on our program, our chairman will not be present today. However, we will have Dr. Gavin Bellamy, one of our board of directors, providing remarks on behalf of the board. Dr. Bellamy?
Good morning. Good morning. Minister Charles, Minister Whittle, Permanent Secretary, CTD, CEO. Good morning and welcome to all the participants and the presenters at this morning's seminar. This was at very short notice, so I'll just give you some short remarks. On behalf of the board of directors of the AIC, we find these outreach programs very important to the aims and objectives of the AIC. And this Market Linkages Network Seminar, we know will assist in benefiting both the farmers, the producers, and the investors to know each other. It is easier to work with others when you know who you're speaking to, not by just an email or by a phone call. So together, today should be a productive day. And I must point out that one of the pleasing things to me is that there are children present here today. They might not be realizing what is going on, but this is a sign that even the parents have brought the young people here to be exposed to this. This is where we have succession planning. This is for development of our country. And I ask you all to make today a very productive day and be frank and honest, and let's work together to continue to grow the agricultural sector in Jamaica and fishery sector in Jamaica. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. Okay, so next on our program, we will have the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., or Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, provide the keynote address.
Let me start by acknowledging our chairperson. And it's very quiet in here. I must tell you, as I say, we need some music or something. Thank you for the child that was making just a little noise. Of course, my able minister, the Honorable Franklin Whittle, who we journeyed to St. Elizabeth yesterday. So I didn't know that I'd see you today. I know that, St. Elizabeth is home. but we have to be all over the place. Good to see you. My permanent secretary, Professor Spence, who is here with us. And I'm very pleased to see you, Professor, and I know you've brought with you Chief Technical Director of Special Projects, Mr. Courtney Cole. I see other officials in the congregation this morning, church. In his absence, we want to acknowledge our chairperson for the AIC, the Agro-Investment Corporation, Mr. Ian Murray, who was ably supported and represented by our own Dr. Bellamy, who, I must tell you, first time I've ever heard him say Fisheries second. I don't know. Something is happening in agriculture and fisheries. Of course, we want to acknowledge Mr. Scarlett, the acting CEO of the AIC, and thank him so much for himself and the team putting this together for us. So I acknowledge all the team members, Alicia and others who I know it's too many to call out the different names, but to all of you, to the members of the various departments and agencies and the private sector organizations and the farmers who are here, our skillful and resilient and hardworking farmers. We say Happy Farmers Month to you all. I see in the audience our acting, is it CEO of 4-H? Acting CEO of 4-H, and I see also our very energetic chairman of the 4-H Club, who reminds me that he's no longer just Jamaica's chairman. He's a global leader in 4-H, so you have to be careful how you acknowledge him. So our international 4-H superstar, Mr. Colin Virgo. Of course, everyone else who is here, our friends, I see our panelists here, Mr. Rowe and others, and members of the media, to you, we acknowledge you, even Mr. Sergio, who is here too. And ladies and gentlemen all, it's a very good morning. It's my pleasure to be here at this networking seminar surrounded by so many of you, my esteemed colleagues and experts in Jamaica's agricultural sector. Let me start off by reminding you that the AIC has a mandate that is critical to Jamaica's development. The vision for AIC is to develop a stakeholder-centric, market-driven, and technology-focused agro-invest that will enable agriculture to become the cornerstone of Jamaica's sustainable socio-economic development. Now, I think that really puts it in good articulation for us to understand that it's about you. It's not about me as minister. We are here to serve. We are here to provide an environment for you to be able to thrive, not just survive. And so the Agro-Invest Corporation, with its vision and the mission of contributing to us having a viable and a sustainable agricultural sector, take their job seriously. So this is one in a series of activities that AIC has put on, and I must tell you, we are pleased to have the likes of Mrs. Rita Hilton and others who have joined us and will be able to pose and respond to questions and discussions around agriculture. There is no agriculture without partnership. There is no agriculture without coordination. And the AIC, as that investment, that mechanism to drive investment in agriculture, is serious about connecting the dots, about ensuring that our farmers and the buyers understand how best to connect and to maximize their potential. And so this Market Linkage Networking Seminar is a testament to our shared commitment, public and private sector, towards doing two important things. advancing knowledge, because knowledge is what? I heard 1 out of the thousands that are here. Let's go again. Knowledge is? Yes. And if you don't have the knowledge, then you won't have that ingredients, you won't have the tools to know what to do. And then we also have to channel investments in our respective fields across agriculture. And so it is critical for us to understand, firstly, just the nomenclature. Transforming market linkages in agriculture, bridging the gap between farmers and buyers. That means that we acknowledge that there are challenges. And that's the first step. Dr. Bellamy knows about the 7-step programs across the world for various challenges that people have. And the first step, Dr. Bellamy, is what? Acknowledging that you have the problem. Like smoking. And those of you who know us know that I hit my friends very hard. As we all know, the agricultural sector is vital to Jamaica. It's the backbone. And not just in terms of the economy. It's not just dollar figures. It's not just a financial issue. But agriculture presents an opportunity for all Jamaicans. Every boy and girl, every man and woman in Jamaica can get involved in farming. But there are several in rural communities who not just get involved in farming, but they depend on farming for their livelihood. And so if you talk about job creation, economic development, livelihoods, community development, farming is primary to this country's moving in the right direction. So we characterize the challenges as opportunities. So when I hear persons talk, Minister Witter, about Jamaica importing too much goods, my business mind says to me that if we have the empirical data on importing so many goods, that means we know we have a market for those goods year after year. And it means that we don't have to ask questions. We know exactly what we need to plant and what we need to process. That's why companies like Spur Tree have come into the market and taken over some of the challenges and turned them into opportunities. And our responsibility as a government is simply to build investor confidence and create an environment for you to be able to make those investments. Investments that are risky, but investments that are worthwhile. And so we look on the fragmented value chain and we see the need for improvement in terms of coordination between our farmers, the intermediaries, and the buyers. That's why we have programs like Alex, software that is providing an opportunity for buyers to be connected to the hotel industry. More than $330 million last year off of the Alex program. And this year alone, since January, more than 100 million so far. So it means that we are identifying our challenges and we're putting in place the solutions to make those inefficiencies provide opportunities for investors to step in. So we know that we have to also, as the government, ensure that we fit our farmers with information. And access to information, just like access to financing, has been an issue. And the AIC has ensured through this program and others, and even in the booklets that we have provided and constructed, that we are, as best as possible, providing the platforms and promoting to our farmers how, not just why, they know the why, but how do you connect? How do you identify? And firstly, what are the best steps? Do you just go out and plant 20 acres of pumpkin because your grandfather used to plant 20 acres of pumpkin? No. We want you to be strategic. We want you to coordinate and connect so that we develop the relationships at an early stage that will allow for us to know exactly what the best thing is to do, when, where, how, why. We're answering those questions by providing the information and creating the platforms like this for persons physically and virtually to be able to join us and gain that knowledge. These pathways are what we see as facilitating direct linkages between the farmers and the buyers, enabling them to market their produce in a smart way, broadening their customer base while receiving more competitive prices. Because if you go around Jamaica, what you will hear from farmers many times, Mr. Samuels, is, I'm not selling my good for that price. Sometimes you're unreasonable doing it. Because you have some farmers that will tell you they're not selling for 140, but then they go and sell for 120 behind your back. But that's all a part of the negotiation. But in reality, we do have issues in terms of sustainability for farmers, because farmers need to make enough money to take care of the production cost, their own profit, and to be able to make investments in future farming. Am I correct? I see some of our St. Thomas champion farmers here. So what it means is that a critical area for consideration is the need for us to identify those gaps and to help the farmers in terms of not just investment, but capping your production cost, implementing those grow smart techniques so that it costs you less to produce more, water efficiency, land preparation, PIP support, $1 billion that the permanent secretary is signing off. Give him a round of applause. But let me tell you, I believe in Jamaica. I love this country. And I'll do everything that I can while I sit in this position to make sure that agriculture and fisheries gets the greatest opportunity to develop to its full potential. It means that we're going to have to start seeing it from a different perspective. Agriculture is business. It's not a side hustle anymore. We have too many examples of Jamaicans who do agriculture on the side and make 3 to 4 times on their side agriculture hustle than they do on their main profession, but somehow can't pull over themselves to stay in agriculture because something about the imagery. Well, let me tell you, with the 4-H Club, with AIC, with RADA, with your ministers, the image of agriculture is changing. Agriculture is now the area to be in. Agriculture is no longer the straw hat and boots. Agriculture is technology. At the St. Mary Agro Expo this week, we had more than 5 displays of drone technology. Different sizes, doing different things. Chemicals, fertilizers, watering, high efficiency, innovation in agriculture. We saw our youths from CASE displaying hydroponics and aquaponics and drones at CASE. RADA, AIC, all of our units, NIC, implementing innovative techniques that are going to allow for our farmers to produce more with the same amount of land. When I came to this ministry, I asked a question when I went to St. Thomas on my first tour. How much is the average onion farmer supposed to produce per acre? Mr. Charles, 17,000 pounds is the average. I said, that sounds like a whole heap. In 2023, the average onion farmer in St. Thomas is twice that production. And let me tell you, it's not by coincidence, because it's not easy. Those of you who think that viable means easy, that's why you're not making it. My friends would tell you I don't have time to waste, because for me, I have to be on the go, getting it done. That's what farmers are about. That's why our farmers are community leaders. Anywhere you go, farmers are always community leaders. And very often, you'll find the farmer is the pastor, or the farmer is the police, or the farmer is the community judge. Because they're leaders, because they don't have time to waste. Because they have to be out there ensuring that they protect their fields. They understand the investment made. They understand the vulnerability. But they understand the importance of food security. What if I offered you 10 million US, but you couldn't get one piece of food the next morning? Would you take it? Are you going to eat the money? So best believe, in Farmers Month, it's the farmers that we must salute, the farmers that we must celebrate, while we acknowledge our extension officers and acknowledge our agronomists and our students who have chosen to study in this area, from veterinarians to plant pathologists to agroeconomists, all who are contributing to your food security and you don't even know it. Persons who are fighting for years, investing in exporting agricultural produce, fighting with the ministry, fighting with themselves, but they're committed. And we are here to say to them, I know it hasn't all been easy, but don't give up, we're with you. This is a reflection of our respect for your investment. And we are focused on transforming the sector and mitigating the challenges that we've seen that have created these fragments in the market. We don't want in 10 years to have farmers wondering, where's my market? Who am I going to sell to? Protesting the minister. No. That will be eradicated when we develop strong relationships and when the genesis of your production comes from an understanding that you are going to be selling to this partner, not just purveyor. And it's our responsibility as a government to create that environment. So you wonder why we're bringing you together in one place at one time, physically and virtually. We want you to talk. We want you to network. We want you to meet each other, strike some deals, expand some land utilization. Persons who are purveyors and buyers, find some farmers, help them out with implements, get them to love you, and you love them. Maybe we'll get some weddings out of this, who knows? Whatever it is, we are creating the linkages to bridge the gap between farmers and, work with me, buyers. Now, the charge that I lay before you today will require the adoption of innovative technologies. And that means we need investment. It means we need collaboration, coordination, cooperation among stakeholders. And we have to do this under the backbone of the message, grow smart, eat smart. So let me just close by explaining to you. We are to grow what we eat what we grow. It's a powerful message, an important message to represent for us that we must buy local, support Jamaica, support our farmers. But in the last 3 years, COVID-19, war, all types of conflict and climate change issues, what it has compelled us at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries to do is to think again about what needs to be done to truly make agriculture achieve that longer term vision. And you heard it. in the AIC vision: viability, sustainability, contribution to development. It means that you can't just grow. You have to grow with more deliberate, calculated, smart techniques. And we have to think, why are we growing food? Is it just to grow and make money? Or do we not want to have a healthy society that is productive, constructive? So I would say grow smart, eat smart. And it means that we are going to have to implement the techniques to have higher productivity and not just higher production. We welcome the higher production, and I must say, 2021, 770,456 tons of domestic crop, and we went over 840,000 tons in 2022, a 10% increase in 1 year during the most challenging times. You can clap the farmers. And of note is that despite all that has been taking place, we're looking on 7 consecutive quarters of growth in the agricultural sector, both agriculture, traditional, and fisheries. This morning, I went to speak about banana and plantain production and came to understand that even in banana and plantain production from 2015 till now, for plantain, we are 146% increase. It means that we are, and don't get me wrong, again, I hasten to say to you who are listening here and online, if you think that what I'm saying is coming easy, you're on the wrong platform. We have gone through several challenges, from Black Sicotoka, I can't even say it right, all different types of diseases, hurricanes, drought, but we're still able to build resilience, and we get better every time, and that is the goal. Improve, 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 step back, assess, and improve again. So I'm calling on the young people, calling on the mothers, those single mothers. We're calling on those who have disabilities. And let me highlight the Jamaica Association for Disabilities, because I was with them, when was it, PS? Last week, 2 weeks ago. And what I saw, they built out a school garden that can rival any school garden at any school globally. And these are youngsters that can't express themselves as much as you possibly can, but they have the ability. And so I told them, don't focus on your disability, let us focus on your ability. And farming gives them that opportunity to do so. So let's continue to work together, continue to build out smart solutions, continue to minimize on that gap, and continue to salute our farmers in this Farmers Month. I'll soon speak in the Parliament about this sector. I invite you all to listen to that very, very carefully. You'll hear about what we have done, and more importantly, what we intend to do. One love.
Thank you, Minister Charles Jr., for your keynote address. It was very informative and, of course, pointing out the importance of market linkages and addressing the gaps. Okay, so we will now move on to the much anticipated segment, the presentations, question and answer segment. So in this segment, speakers are grouped into 3 categories. Group 1, regulatory bodies. Group 2, agro-processors/exporters/buyers. And the final group, input supply, farmers and investors. So we will now ask presenters in Group 1 to sit in the front section. And we will have our first presentation, which is on export opportunities for agricultural produce by Ms. Shalika Darby, the Acting International Trade Specialist from the Trade Unit at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Can clap. Honorable Minister, Colonel Charles Jr., Honorable Minister Whittle, Permanent Secretary Dermot Spence, Mr. Scarlett, Acting CEO at AIC, Dr. Gavin Bellamy, CEO at National Fisheries Authority, Mr. Courtney Cole, Chief Technical Director at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, fellow presenters, members of the public and private sector, farmers, producers, other members of the media, and persons joining us online, good afternoon. Our discussion today, our first discussion rather, is on export opportunities within the agricultural sector. And I'm heartened by the speech I went just now from the minister, highlighting the importance of markets. Before we can begin to truly have a discussion on export opportunities, we have to understand the role of markets and market access. Jamaica currently has extensive market access to several countries in the world. Under the WTO agreement, we have access to 164 countries at most favored nation rates, special rates granted to members of that organization. We also have 5 major preferential trade agreements with the USA, the EU, UK, Canada, and Caribbean members under CARICOM. And of course, as a member of CARICOM, we have other bilateral trade agreements with Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Colombia, and Venezuela. Overall, when we begin to look at the scope of access that we have and the range of products that we have access to, it can sometimes feel very overwhelming. And Jamaica sometimes seems to have overwhelming potential. There are so many different types of products that we can export, so many markets to which we can export these products, but it's very important for us to take a step back and to simplify the products that are supposed to be treated as priority based on what we are producing, the programs we have in place currently, or potential to expand our production, and of course, what is being demanded by the global market. So on the current slide that we're looking at, we're seeing 10 commodities that are generally treated as priority for Jamaica. These commodities are supported in part by the Production and Productivity Program, the PPP, and in addition to that as well, there are other pockets of support that these commodities receive within Jamaica's domestic space. But globally, there is a significant demand for these commodities. To put things in perspective, the lowest ranked commodity of this top 10 list is yam. Currently, yam is Jamaica's #1 agricultural export, which means that we have so much more potential in these 10 commodity areas that we are yet to capitalize upon. But we're doing okay currently. We're exporting yam, coffee, other herbs and spices, fruits and beverage crops, other roots and tubers, which would of course include other types of, dasheen and that kind of a thing, fish, crustaceans, vegetables, papaya, and bananas. So we're trying our best. However, there's so much more potential for Jamaican commodities in export markets overseas. To look more closely at specific countries, beginning perhaps with Europe, which is a region of its own, Jamaica has a preferential agreement with the EU, under which we're able to export everything but arms at a preferential rate, which means that we are generally supposed to be more competitive in that market because we will not be paying high duties when we're sending our products to those countries at the border. So we see here, we have potential for pineapple juice, orange juice, melons, fresh melons, shrimp and prawn, other types of fish, frozen, all right? And what we noticed when we looked at this list is that there is a demand, of course, for commodities that we can produce, but some amount of processing or preservation might be necessary in order for us to meet that market demand. We looked over at China, and we found that there was indeed potential for us to export even more to China, rock lobster and sea crawfish.
fowls, cuts, and other offal, and offal, of course, are the intestines, mollusks, and other aquatic invertebrates. And then we looked at CARICOM, which is, of course, our regional arrangement with other countries in the Caribbean. The ongoing initiative that exists in the Caribbean now is called the 25 by 2025 initiative. This project was developed following the COVID-19 pandemic, and we found that we needed to create a system whereby countries in the Caribbean could grow more food to increase our food security and to reduce our vulnerability to external threats. When COVID-19 happened, a lot of countries panicked and they were beginning to impose export restrictions. And CARICOM looked at this issue and said, okay, there's so much more potential based on our total import bill to expand what we are growing and what we are exporting to each other. And that is really where the region is looking to expand intra-regional trade. Remember, as CARICOM members, we already benefit from preferential rates. And there are several concerns regarding building export when it comes to managing logistics and that kind of a thing. But this 25 by 2025 initiative is supposed to take account of all of those specific areas so we can trade more as a region. So they're looking at these priority commodities: poultry meat, beef, mutton, pork, and of course, potatoes, onions, other vegetables, coconuts, soil-based plantains and pineapples, and then berries. Overall, as a region, CARICOM imported, I think, $6 billion worth of commodities from extra-regional sources. And they're saying, look, if we can tap into this regional market and expand our production, we keep more money within the region. And Jamaica, of course, has prioritized some of these commodities for our own purposes. We have prioritized onions, Irish potatoes, poultry meat, and mutton, or meat of sheep and goat, and of course, swine is included as well. So looking at this initiative, we see that there is an opportunity to expand our production and expand our export within the region. But looking again at what was mentioned before concerning markets, in order for us to tap into any market, whether it's in CARICOM or extra-regionally, we have to be sensitive to the demands of those markets, sensitive to what they need, and sensitive, of course, to trends. One of the major trends, this picture actually was sent to me by one of my colleagues in Belgium, and he was showing me his fair trade Costa Rican yuca chips, right? Yuca, otherwise known as cassava. And I found it incredible that Costa Rica had found a way to process, package, and label this commodity that generally many persons are not familiar with as a possibility, right, for trade. So they processed, and of course they labeled it with the fair trade label. Now, labeling is one of the methodologies that are used to expand opportunities for producers. They found a way to grow the commodity in a way that reflects sustainability, honors human rights, shows that it is a safe commodity for persons to consume, and they are able now to penetrate a Belgian market for a commodity that persons are still selling fresh whole, right? So there are so many opportunities for us, but we have to find a way to be sensitive to the demands of those markets and to brand and package our products properly so that we're able to optimize those opportunities. Again, the story of our food. Jamaica, made in Jamaica, has always been a good brand, but the health benefits associated with Jamaican produce is highly underutilized in terms of marketing. So we have to really capitalize on those opportunities. Label our food in a way that shows that we're able to grow the food sustainably, but also that the quality of Jamaican produce outpaces and outshines other countries that are trying to compete with us. So these are some of the ways that we can, of course, capitalize on market opportunities. Again, this is a rapid-fire summary of the opportunities in international trade. Will remain available for further discussions during the networking session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darby, for that very informative presentation on export opportunities for agricultural produce. Okay, so on the program, our next presentation will be done by Mr. Clifton Reader. Mr. Russell was unable to attend, but Mr. Reader will be online. So his presentation, I do know that Mr. Reader is now online, right? Okay, so he will be doing his presentation via Zoom. Thank you. And this will be on, hotel and tourism requirements for purchase of agricultural produce.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Clifton Reader. I'm the VP Moon Palace and the immediate past president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association. I'm representing the president, Mr. Robin Russell, today doing this presentation. Looking at something Minister mentioned earlier, Alex. We know that we've been making some amount of connections through Alex, but it is very important that farmers sign up, and we recently in JHTA set up what a purchasing managers group. Farmers must be associated with their purchasing managers and even set up their own groups that we can access as well. Because when it comes to this form of linkage, its relationship tend to be more so that it becomes a real-time platform. Alex need to be, well, we need to vet those who can go on Alex, because we can't just put anybody on Alex, because we have to make sure that you produce at least the right quality and can produce some amount of quality before you go on there. Of course, prices should be stable over a period of time if you're listed on Alex, that is. So I see this platform as something that should be developed, and I know the Linkages Council, headed by Adam, is on the specific concern from Wayne Cummings, I think is the master behind this one, that he's upgrading Alex to a point where we will be able to have real time. But coming to how the hotel industry, how we are able to link with the farmers and to ensure that we satisfy three things. The quality must be there, the quantity must be there, and the price must be right before any purchasing, any agreement is going to be signed. Let's look, for instance, at quality. In most of our resorts, especially the larger all-inclusive resorts, we tend to have a food cost per guest. As big as my resort is, and it's a 5-star 4-diamond resort, we basically are given a food cost of about $18.50 or so per guest per day for food. So it's not a lot when it comes to a chef producing food for 1,700 people. So we have to make sure that the quality of what we are getting brings us a good yield, because if our cost at the end of the day, our usable portion is not cost effective, then we can't maintain that food cost at all. So we are going to find those farmers with the right quality that we're looking for. In terms of guest satisfaction, of course, we have to make sure that guests coming to Jamaica get good quality products, especially for the villas, apartments, and for the 5-star properties that sell a certain quality standard. we must ensure that we get the best quality. In terms of guest satisfaction, staff and guest safety, it is very, very important that the quality of the goods coming in is checked, double checked, because quite a few times you have farmers bringing in, say, meat, and it's not under the proper refrigeration condition. Sometimes they're bringing in even the vegetables. And a lot of them, when you see them on the receiving bay, they're actually wilted. And we tend to lose a lot of these items before they get to the plate. In terms of being pest-free, soil-free, sometimes you see the yams coming in, the dashins coming in, and the amount of dirt that is on them. You don't know what you're bringing into your institutions. So we are asking farmers, as part of the quality standard, to make sure that their products are basically clean, pest times. Recently, I went on my loading day and I asked the question. I looked at some of the cabbage that we were receiving, and I said to them, these are so perfect. They look so well formed, everything. So I asked the gentleman, when last they were sprayed. And none of them could basically tell us the history of spraying or anything. This is one of the source of food situation that we have to look at, because we don't want for you to bring in chemically laced products to feed our staff and guests, and in fact the general public. So we have to be very, very careful that before we make a contract, an agreement, an arrangement with any farmer, that we have farm visits, we ensure that they are approved farms through the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health as well. And that, these people are reputable people, that when they say that they grow it, or they have a collective of farmers who grow things, we know that they're produced under the right conditions. Not just, and it helps as well to stop people stealing and selling, especially to the hospitality sector. In terms of quantity, we always have an issue with quantity. We sign agreements with many farmers, and halfway through the agreement, we realize that they cannot supply the quantities we need. The big question is, when was the last a farmer really asked Ministry of Tourism, how many visitors are you having for the next 6 months? What's your projected occupancies? And in reverse, can the ministry look at the farmer and say, look here, each visitor that we have coming into the island consume X amount of carrots or X amount of pumpkins or whatever the product is. I find we're very poor at keeping the statistics for the farmers so that they can produce based on the demand that we have out there. When Minister of Tourism announced that in the next year or so, we are going to be having 8,000 more new rooms, if not more, in a 2 or 3 year period. Are we getting those statistics and ready to plant, to be ready in the case that the demand shift upwards? What are we going to do? Are we going to import things? We can produce what we need, but we have to have the proper statistics to make sure that the farmers, if they're planting onions, They know the quantities of onions we will need by the time that crop come of age and mature, so that they don't have a glut in the system. I suggest cluster farming, cluster marketing, storage, and delivery systems in order to keep your prices within range. Because a lot of times, where the cost of the item comes in is due to the fact that you cannot produce the quantities, or even if you have the quantities, we are basically seeing where your marketing, your reach to the hotels, you can't do it alone. You have to have a group of farmers doing that together. Storage is very important. We saw what happened with the onions in St. Thomas recently. Uh, Onions can be stored for a very long time. Watermelons, those kind of thing. I know companies like, okay, where did my internet go? I'm not sure. All right, I was on the question of quality and quantity. Now I'm going to move on to the price. Of course, we need a fair price in anything we're doing. We normally work out in the industry a 6-month price range and get that price stable. And I mentioned before, you can reduce your price via cluster marketing, storage, and deliver to the hotels, delivering quality products, that is, which would be able to get us better prices as we move along. In terms of the consumption I'd mentioned before, is very, very important. We always talk about from farm to table, but I know for sure that the hotels are going into the farms to check them out before we actually purchase, because we have to ensure that we are getting a safe food chain coming into the properties. But we are not seeing where farmers are actually being invited into the hotels. Our farmers are asking to go to the hotels to see their end products. I was just scrolling through a list of products that specification for products, and it gives the weight it should be, the length in centimeters, and of course it should be dead straight. So we have to ensure that the farmers are coming to us, checking out what we need, how we present it, what difficulties we're having converting their products. When they plant the potato or the yams amongst the stones and they don't come out in a uniform way, we lose a lot more preparing them. And, these are some of the things that, I believe that our farmers should really, really look at and be able to get a good sense of what we need before they try to sell to us. We are not under any circumstances going to be buying off a van back, because Ministry of Health would have us for that. So we have to make sure that we reach out to the farmers reach out to us. And I think, again, Alex would be the best platform for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reeder, the past president for the Jamaica Hotel and Tourism Association, who presented on hotel and tourism requirements for purchase of agricultural produce. Okay, so next on our program, we will have Mrs. Rita Hilton, the Managing Director for Carita Jamaica Limited and also a member of the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, who will be presenting on marketing opportunities for agricultural produce.
Greetings, everybody, and all protocols observed. I'm not very good at that part of speech making. Thank you for inviting the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association to be here today. I'm representing our president, Mr. John Mafood, who couldn't be here, and I'm here in my capacity as a director. Agriculture is a very key industry and a very key sector in the economy. And so we would like to contribute what we can to how we see this sector in terms of opportunities. I'll be looking mainly at processing opportunities for agricultural produce. The agricultural sector forms such an important part of the Jamaican economy. And agro-processing is not new, but there's been a lot of push in this sector to add value to our food. Now, what is important is that fresh produce in world trade enjoys a very low margin of markup, generally between 8 and 10%. And therefore, there are three objectives to be kept in mind when thinking of agro-processing. Number one, you increase the value of the food items. Number two, you're reducing food waste. And number three, you're improving the country's food security. Given that we have established by adding value the importance of agro-processing, we can look at the items for which Jamaica is well known in terms of fresh produce. The top products are yellow yam is the biggest export component in this sector. Sweet potatoes, Scotch bonnet pepper, thyme, ginger, turmeric, pimento, fruits, breadfruit. Now, why is these so important? Somehow Jamaica has a microclimate and a soil environment that makes our food have a unique flavor, unique taste that sets it apart from a lot of different countries. Agro-processing can bring various benefits to the economy. By adding value, you increase the market price, you generate more income for farmers and agro-industry workers. This in turn can boost the country's export earnings and balance of payments contributing to foreign exchange reserves. Furthermore, agro-processing can reduce the food waste by extending the life of perishable products such as fruits and vegetables. It also provides an opportunity to transform less visually appealing produce into value-added products. You saw the example of yuca chips, but yuca can be transformed into flour, into chips, into frozen logs, and other products that can be turned into juices, sauces, and snacks, enhancing the value and the utilization of these resources. Improving our country's food security is a very important objective of agro-processing. By diversifying the food supply, increasing its availability, it helps to meet the nutritional needs of the population, particularly in times of food scarcity and crises, where earthquakes, hurricanes, storms, droughts, all of this helps to mitigate. Moreover, agro-processing can foster innovation and entrepreneurship by encouraging the development of new products, processes, and technologies. These can create new business opportunities, employment prospects in the agro sector, and contribute to economic growth and sustainable development, particularly in small rural communities. Finally, by accessing global markets, agro-processing can help countries compete internationally and expand their market share. This requires meeting international quality standards and regulations, as well as investing in marketing and branding strategies to differentiate products and capture consumer preferences. These in particular lend themselves to adding value. Let's look at yellow yams, for example. In their natural state, it's not a very appealing product, but we know how to utilize it. But let's think of that journey that it takes from Jamaica to the markets. It can break down, it is subject to spoilage in that journey. There are other opportunities like turning it into a frozen product, or peeling it, freezing it, making it ready to eat by turning it into chips. And you can apply this into all the tubers, dasheen, sweet potato, cassava. And then you're producing gluten-free flour, which is a better nutritional product in many, many cases when people develop gluten intolerance. Think about the possibility of using dried applications. You can make yam powder, dasheen powder, turn it into mash. So it's more easily used and more friendly to the consumer. You can do that with your fruits as well and vegetables. Think of taking pumpkin. If it gets a little scar or a little bruise, then it's not good for the export market in terms of appearance. But if you peeled it and you diced it and you froze it, now think of all the restaurants. We had one customer based in Miami who serves 4,000 restaurants between Miami and Boston. Just think, that restaurant simply has to take that frozen product and make a wonderful soup base, a pumpkin soup base. Or it can be turned into a stew. It could be used in different ways. And again, you would minimize the loss in the field of these pumpkins that wouldn't meet the appearance, the shape, the size of the pumpkin for the market. When we look at fruits, dehydrating all those OTT apples, the June plums, the mangoes, think of all the waste that goes on. Those can be turned into nutritious dried fruits. We could put them, dried bananas, instead of importing raisins, you put them in your buns and cakes, which we did in the 70s when you couldn't get raisins. We stopped doing that. But we're going to import very expensive dried fruits to put into our confectionery. You can make nutritious bars with using cassava flour, gluten-free flour. You could make them into granola mixes, but we're importing that when we can use the coconut trash after we squeeze the coconut, and we can put the almond seeds from our local almonds, and we could use pumpkin seeds and make very, very nutritious with the dried fruits granola bars. And that could be a great snack for children and nutritious instead of buying all the crap they buy outside the schools. Jamaica has a large tourism sector. When people visit our island, they are exposed to all these foods. They love the food, the jerk chicken, the yam, the dasheen, the green bananas. But when they go back home and they see these hunks of yam, they don't know how to use it. And so the challenge is that the food is not presented in a way that is friendly to consumers. We need the recipes. We need to present the product, a frozen product that is very easily used. So here are all the opportunities that we have for our foods that we can use and export in the fresh state, but also add so much value to it. We need to create the environment for these opportunities to flourish. Let's, all these sugarcane lands, give them to farmers who are committed. Give them free. Let them grow. Let them produce more, right? Let's not hog these resources. Let us build appropriate technology cold rooms where we can store our produce and stop it from breaking down. Do you know that in Honduras, farmers in clusters have their own small storage facilities with appropriate technology? We have the sun, it's free. Solar, solar, solar. Let's use that technology to build cold storage facilities in rural areas. You don't have to travel miles to put your produce in a cold storage room and pay high energy cost. Let us look at some of the products that people have tried to duplicate that are uniquely Jamaican. Do you know that farmers from abroad come here, buy Scotch bonnet seeds, take them to the States, plant them? What happens? The flavor is not the same. The intensity of the flavor, the aroma, the pungency is not there. And they still come back to Jamaica to want to buy Scotch bonnet peppers from Jamaica. And you can repeat that over and over again. So you can ship peppers fresh, you can dehydrate them, you can make them into a shaker and do it for a grilling mix, and you can turn it into sauces. That's as we have here. Mr. Noreen will tell you about that. So in addition to a readily available fresh market access for products which are uniquely Jamaican, which are grow so well, that have such an intense flavor, there is a wide opportunity for turning these into user-friendly, consumer-friendly agro products. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Hilton, for that very informative presentation on agro-processing and marketing opportunities for agricultural produce. So next in our program, we will have Mr. Damian Rowe, the Chief Plant Quarantine Produce Inspector, who will be presenting on the export requirements and criteria.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. In the interest of time, I'll move straight into the presentation on export. I must say this is a very glorious opportunity for all farmers, processors, exporters, regulators meeting at one central spot to discuss the business of agriculture. And while I joined this discussion, I want to speak about the export opportunities and how we can get our export. When we talk about growth in agriculture, the increase, the surplus, food security, we can only export when we're confident that our food security is at optimum. And I want to join by providing that pathway. This morning, I want to first introduce plant quarantine, then go straight into the export requirements and speak a little bit about the market access opportunities. So plant quarantine, we're the regulators of plant and plant products. We do not regulate meat or animal products, but strictly plants or plant-based items in their fresh forms, not the processed items, but the fresh form, the primary form. Our mandate is to prevent the introduction of pests from coming into this country. So we are a safeguarding agent, but also we do ensure that the highest quality products are exported out of this country. And we have a big opportunity to facilitate trade while we're doing export. So it's not about just regulating, but ensuring that export business, the business of export, is done in a manner that you can feel comfortable, you can feel confident that you are doing business with a government agency and making process much easier. So we have that primary mandate as well. Our regulations, we have several regulations. I'm not going to really go into them, but we have several regulations that empower us in doing this business. We do work with several stakeholders, customs, AIC, we do work with AIC as well. Several regulatory authorities that are primary to the export process, while our business is really export certification, treatment of agricultural produce, and of course, doing surveillance, visiting farms, monitoring farms for various type of pests that are affecting the products that you're trying to export to various countries as a requirement. We're also a part of an international organization, a standards setting organization that the International Plant Protection Convention, that's our primary agency that we fall under. And if you look at the screen, you'll see where you have the Animal Health Organization and you have Codex Alimentarius. So animal health, they will deal with all the regulatory matters relating to animals, and Codex we deal with matters relating to food safety. And these are all standard setting bodies that we adhere to. So export requirement, this is the exciting part. How do you export? Well, we try to make the process very easy for exporters or anyone who wants to export agricultural produce. One, we say you need to have a facility of your own, a packing facility. But if you cannot afford that, you're just trying to start out and you don't have that capital to build a warehouse to do your export, we say you can use another exporter facility. Once that exporter have that capacity to accommodate 2 or more persons. So we offer that service as well. We can certify you based on what you want to export. I know since COVID-19, we're assisting a lot more persons to export dry herbs, the surasy, the sarsaparilla, the soursop leaf. All of these items are now going overseas. The Irish moss, they're now going overseas. New market for Jamaican products. And that is a big result of COVID-19. I heard it cure COVID. So we can, of course, certify you for doing dry products, and we can, of course, certify you for doing products that require a wet process. So like the yams that Mr. Sam spoke about, it's not attractive when you take it out of the ground, but after washing it, drying, cutting, slicing up and really package it, it's a nice product to look at going overseas, right? So we actually support that. The export process, while you may have permission to use another person's facility or you have your own, there are other agencies that are critical to the process and the type of products that you're trying to export. For example, JAMPRO, they play a very key role in the process. So if you want to export, you would have to get registered with plant quarantine, but then you need to be registered with JAMPRO as well. And that's a mandatory process. There's also JACRA, and they are a regulatory body that look at items such as ginger, cocoa, coffee, coconut, and pimento. So if you want to export these items, you would have to get some form of license or permission from JACRA. You have the banana board if you want to export banana. And of course, who wants to export cannabis-related items, you have to go to CLA. There are international market requirements that we must adhere to. When you look at the US market, which is one of our biggest markets overseas, they have requirements for fumigation, mandatory fumigation for yam, pepper, and thyme. So we have to treat these products for particular pests before they can go overseas. Mango, you know that since 2019, we're now exporting mangoes to the United States. That requires a hot water process or irrigation process. Now, we really don't have any of these facilities in Jamaica, but opportunity presents itself where the US agreed to take the mangoes from us and treat it in their country. And that's how we're able to export mangoes to the United States under specific conditions. That's a very good opportunity for mango farmers and who want to export or expand their mango cultivation. Last year, it was not so much of a beautiful season for us, but we are preparing to increase the export production for this calendar year. Right, the season opened in May, and I hope that all farmers and exporters will be already registered and gearing up to start the process in May. Right? There is the FDA regulation relating to food safety. You have to, and my colleague from NCBJ will speak some more about food safety. We have maximum residue level, that post-harvest pesticide residue on your product. So, it market very strict. They want to ensure that you're not sending any product to them that will kill off their citizens. So you have to ensure that you treat within a specific or prescribed requirement. There's the EU regulation, and of course the UK regulation that will speak about the declaration of pest free. You must be free from a particular pest, right? The gentleman from the hotel industry spoke about items coming with pests, so it's a big deal, right? The quality is a big deal, but also ensuring that your product is free from pests is a big deal, right? And we are here to offer some help or assistance in ensuring your products are free from those pests. Global gap is a big thing coming, and this is between the buyers and sellers. They are now asking you to be global gap certified. So we cannot hide behind the counter anymore. We have to face it, get ourselves in order and move to the market, the direction in which the market is going. Because if we don't do it, somebody else will do it. Just to speak a little bit about the packing house, just in case you need to establish a packing house for yourself. The packing house, as we say, it's about treating a product and to prevent certain pests from moving from your packing facility with the product to the international market space. And there's also preventive control for food safety reasons, all right? We said that this building should be, we like when the building is separate from your house. You don't walk from your house into the facility or from your facility into your house, bring pests into your dwelling. So we encourage you to have separation. Some people may come to us and they have a little space in the back of the yard that they want to establish a facility. But we have to try to guide you in such a way that you don't commingle. The floor space is very important. The soundness of the building, if it is built from board or metal, we don't encourage you building a facility from board because it are board harbor pests. So we try to tell it to use a metal or concrete structures, right? We used to have a requirement that says you must have a minimum of 1,000 square feet to operate. I think we are now saying that we don't need to be hard and fast about this 1,000 square feet anymore, because we realize that it will prevent some people from exporting. What we're actually saying to you, once you can demonstrate that you can prevent the risk, we will support your facility or support export. Other factors is relating to lighting or how well we can see in your facility, or well you can see to pack your goods. Can you get a unidirectional flow? I mean, you come in with the unclean goods in one section and you come out the other section. We try to facilitate it as much as possible. But if you don't have it, it doesn't mean that you cannot export. We can create system around that, right? Adequate ventilation, proper roofing. If you look at this picture, nice zinc roof or slab. The ventilation, you see where 1/3 of the facility has adequate window space and allow exchange of air. That is very important in a facility, right? Especially when you're doing yam. You need that air flow so that the yams can dry properly and fast, right? So we spoke about lighting and space and all that. These are very important. I want to move, and of course you can see those pictures are showing that we don't want you to have any produce on the floor. We don't want you to have the produce on the metal. So we have, some people may have metal rocks to dry their yam on. What we say to you is you can put a little lattice or some surface, plastic surface over the metal to prevent that metal meeting produce. So there are some workarounds, right? Hygiene is very important, and NCBJ will speak about hygiene in your facility, having hand wash stations at critical areas within your facility. Very, very important. Food safety is critical, right? Let me just move into market access in the interest of time. market access. We like to help our exporters reach a new market. And that's one of our big job in plant quarantine. How do we help you to reach the market? Mr. Abbey spoke about the opportunities in the different regions of this world. And if we want to get sweet potato in a new market space, or onion that we're producing so much of into a new market space, we have to do what is called a phytosanitary market access, right? There's another market access relating to your negotiation with your, your buyers and sell agreement and global gaps and so forth. But in terms of market access for phytosanitary market access for entering the market, we have to demonstrate to the country that you want to send to. Once you come to plant quarantine and say you want to export, say, onion to Trinidad, and we do want to send onion to Trinidad. So if we want to send onion to Trinidad, you will come, you will tell us that you want to do that. We will engage Trinidad by creating a proposal to them. Say Jamaica wishes to send onions to you. We then have to provide all the list of pests that affect onion in Jamaica, and then say, how are we going to put measures in place to prevent these critical pests from coming to Trinidad, going into Trinidad, especially if we know that 4 out of 10 may be a critical pest for them. We find ways to meet that market requirement. And the negotiation will be a back and forth thing. We send something to them, they send something to us, we review, say, okay, we can agree to this. If we cannot agree to it, we say, no, this is a little bit too stringent. You need to go back to the drawing board and tell us, find another way, right? Or we will demonstrate to them that we have an equivalence. We can find another way around what you're proposing, right? So it is very important. And just recently, we started sending citrus into Trinidad. I think we did our first shipment in March, or late March. So we're in Trinidad with citrus. We're into Cayman with banana and plantain. And Ms. Fiona Stewart, I see her at the back there. Kudos to you for making that proposal to us. So we push that forward. And we want to push more, right? So I'm encouraging farmers, exporters, you come to us, have the discussion with us so we can meet these markets. Factors affecting market trade, and I'm wrapping up now. Factors affecting market access. Sometimes when we can't send product to the different countries because of this picture. We get some disease, we probably never have them before, but they came here. We don't know how it got here, but we have Moko disease, we have lethal yellowing, tomato, we don't have tomato leaf miner, so thanks for that. Papaya mealybug. Some of these pests that are here, they cost money, and they are introduced in the country. Who knows how they got here? But we have to be mindful that when we get pests like these, they can prevent us from entering a market space, right? And they can also cripple the industry. For example, frosty pod rot. Costs us $100 million every year to manage that disease. That's money we could be spending giving farmers assistance in improving their production, right? So we encourage our farmers to be on the lookout for pests. Try to follow, work with the RADA team, extension team, Ministry of Agriculture, do the best practices. Don't go overseas and buy and just pick up seeds from your backyard over there and illegally bring them in the country. That can cripple us. Sometimes that's the way they got here, right? Don't just invite people on your farm. Ensure that protocols are observed, right? So that's a part of my job too, just to encourage you that you don't bring pests in the country, not just to export. And this last slide, who can guess the country of origin for this sweet potato box here? A box of sweet potato. Anybody can guess the country of origin? It's a nice Jamaican sweet potato. Oh, that was Costa Rica. It is, yes, a product of Costa Rica. They are now going into sweet potato production. And if you can look, it's Jamaican sweet potato. So we have to be very careful. Don't be complacent and sit around and say, oh, we are exporting and we have yam is the biggest thing and sweet potato is the next biggest thing. We must aggressively protect our markets, right? And we must aggressively expand production to meet these markets that we have comparative advantage for. The Ministry of Agriculture is here to provide that support. We're here to drive export, and we're happy for this because we want to continue increasing production and exporting our surplus. All right? If you want information, our website is there. Or you can visit the Ministry of Agriculture website and you can get more information. And of course, you can call us. We'll provide the assistant to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe, for your presentation on export requirements and criteria, and of course, outlining the importance of protecting our market and expanding our produce. Okay, so our next presenter and our final presenter for Group 1 is Ms. Navinia Wellington Ford, Manager at the National Certification Body of Jamaica, and she will be doing her presentation on food safety standards. And after Mrs. Wellington Ford's presentation, we will be doing the question and answer segment, led by the moderator, Mrs. Jodianne Tate-Clark.
Good afternoon. I will work with a protocol that has been established by the moderator and go right into my presentation. My name is Navinia Wellington Ford from the National Certification Body of Jamaica, and it is my pleasure to speak to you today about food safety standard. I have been placed in the group for regulators, but I will quickly say that I am not a regulator. The NCBJ is not a regulator. We are a standard, a body that offers certification to standards. When you are looking at regulators that handle food safety, would be looking at my colleague that just presented, Mr. Rowe, and also bodies such as the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority. However, why is it that NCBJ think we can speak about food safety standard? I'll tell you exactly why. We certify companies that have farmers that have gone into implemented a standard. Before I go any further, I want to say to you that there are 3 words that I want you to remember today as a takeaway, 3 words. And our Honorable Minister and other presenters through their presentation made mention of these words. I want you to remember the word viable, sustainable, and efficiencies. Those are 3 words that I want you to look at and think about as we go into the presentation. Now, I was afforded 7 minutes, so I'm going to, and I know it's always wrong to be the last presenter right before lunch, you know. You don't want to stand between people and food, right? So I will quickly go through the presentation. What is a standard? Let's start at the basic. Trying to define what is a standard because it's very important for us to know what is it that we're talking about. And a standard is established by consensus by subject matter expert. So for example, the Bureau of Standards Jamaica represent us as a country, and they will call together subject matter expert. So for example, you might be looking at a standard for yam. You might be looking at a standard for onion. So they will call together persons that are in the industry and come together, and the standard is developed. This standard, think of it as a book. And the book will have various clauses or sub-clauses that is in it, or sub-paragraphs and chapters and sub-chapters that it basically means that it sets out the guideline for you to follow. Why is a standard important? It's important because it's applicable to everybody. Whatever industry you're in the farming industry, primary production, agro-production, it means that the standard that is applicable to you, everybody must follow this guideline. And then it means that it's a communication tool also. It communicates to you exactly what you need to do, and then it communicates to Mr. Rowe when he comes in from his entity to check you, what is it that he ought to be seeing. So right away, the standard is a communication tool that we all ought to know what are the requirements and the guidelines. Okay? Food safety standard now means that it's specific to food safety. And this is very important because farmers and the agricultural industry, you are right there at the tip, at the starting point of the industry. You are right there at the chain, the food chain. And that is why I really like what the minister said this morning, that no longer is farming seen as something that nobody wants to go into. I am paraphrasing here. Farming is now seen as a business, important. We are seeing how important farming is to us. And so we are encouraging persons to come into farming. Not only that, we're encouraging you to do it to standard. There are different standards and different levels of standards. You will have industry standard. So the farming industry will develop their own standard. You'll also have a country standard, which the Bureau of Standards would facilitate. You'll have regional standard, that is, it means that bodies across the region come together and develop the standard. And then you'll have international standard. The more degree of separation it is with these standards, in that the higher the standard goes, is the stronger the standard is, which means that it also have more recognition. So a country standard will have more recognition and more weight to it than an industry standard. Not to say that the industry standard isn't important, but just to show you the levels of the different standard. Now, what are some of these standards that we are talking about? The National Certification Body of Jamaica, we have a mission here in Jamaica and in the region to provide affordable certification. So we provide certification to farmers, agro-processors, and construction industry. We have a wide array of businesses right now that we provide certification to. Sometimes when I'm doing presentation, I will speak about business and then I say also farmers. But right now in speaking to you, I want to just leave that, not use that separation anymore. I want us to talk about businesses, because farming is a business. You have your own business. You are an entrepreneur in your own right. You're a business person in your own right. So I will go again and say that we provide certification to a wide array of businesses here in Jamaica in a different sectors. Now, some of the standards that we operate and we encourage you to look at when you are looking at your business, these standards such as HACCP, and these are particularly geared towards food safety. HACCP, JS36, or this is the regulator standard for processed food, general. We have ISO 22000, which is an international standard that speaks to food safety. Global GAP, and this one is particularly geared towards farmers and the primary producers in the industry. And it's an international standard. We have organic standards, and we do have a local organic standard and also an international organic standard. And more we find that this industry is growing because persons are looking towards food as their medicine, food for health. And a lot of persons say that they want to eat as close to nature as possible, and therefore they are looking at organic. We also have a local program that is geared directly to farmers, similar to the Global Gap. And we encourage farmers to use it as a stepping stone towards getting Global Gap certified. And this program is called the Certification of Agricultural Produce Program. Now, when you look at the programs and standards that are designed for farmers, you find that they are built on good manufacturing practices. Sorry, good agricultural practices. Good manufacturing practices would be for our Agro-processers group, while the good agricultural practices are for you, the business owners, the farmers. What does this mean? Mr. Rowe would have spoken about certain things, and even Mr. Russell from the tourism area spoke about things like when the fresh produce is being taken into the hotel, it's coming in with a lot of soil on it, right? They also spoke about pest. They also spoke about storage. Mr. Russell spoke about storage and wilting. So when you're talking about quality right here, also spoke about quantity. And the Honorable Minister also mentioned quantity, and other presenters mentioned quantity. And it's one thing for you to consider increasing the quantity, increasing how much you produce. But what was the cost to produce that? There's something that is referred to as the hidden cost of quality. What does this mean? It means that how much spoilage have you been having? When you go to harvest and you go to reap, how much do you have to throw away? Are you tracking that? What are you doing to reduce this? That is what we consider as the hidden cost of quality. Good agricultural practices help you to reduce the impact of this hidden cost of quality. Good agricultural practices, you want to look at how you manage your pests. What are you doing? Where do you dispose of your waste? Because you do know that the way that you dispose of your waste will help you reduce the pests that you have on your farm. When you are transporting, did you clean that vehicle that you're going to transport in? We all know that a lot of our farmers, the building blocks that build up our farming industry, made up of very small farmers. Nothing wrong with that. We know that you have one vehicle and this vehicle is used for multiple tasks. Again, nothing is wrong with that. What is important is that you know how to treat this tool between process. You cannot transport animals, or you cannot transport, say, fertilizer, and then you transport goods from crops from the field. You want to do cleaning. And it's very important, if you know that you have those type of transportation tasks to do, carry the crop from the field first. Carry the crop from the field first, do that first, and then you go ahead and do like your fertilizer or anything else, or your garbage that you're going to carry to the garbage dump. That is a tool, a simple tool, very simple tool of scheduling. That is why Mr. Rose spoke about the fact that you want to have, when you look at your premise that you're using, it will be good if you have a one pathway where goods and people come in, and there also where goods and persons go out. You want to have it separate. But if you don't have your establishment like that, what can you do? One of the ways you can do this is scheduling, right? Again, we know that you might have one tool, you might have one vehicle that you use to do the task. And if you use scheduling, you can reduce the chances of any contamination, any cross-contamination. Hygiene, very important. And you'll come across this in the standards. Sometimes we find that when we go out in the field and we're talking to farmers, the concept that even though you're in the field, yes, you're in dirt, the concept of hygiene itself, making sure that your workers are clean, that you are clean, that they are washing their hands, doesn't seem to be a big deal. But I say to you that it is very important, even on the farm, even if you're out there dealing with dirt, you're planting, you're digging holes, you're planting, you're dealing with animals. It is very important for you to consider hygiene. It's very important for you to wash your hands. And that is why it's important for you to have hand wash station on the farm. It doesn't have to be any big elaborate thing. Since COVID came out, I saw so many persons that are using the simplest mechanism that have been around for a while, but they have been taking it on more. This mechanism is a 5-gallon bucket. A 5-gallon bucket with water, you put a pipe tap on it, and that is your hand wash station. You have a container there to catch the wastewater when person finish washing their hands, and you also have your soap. Person wash their hands and so on. Another thing about good agricultural practices, speak about your bathroom. And years ago, I tell this story whenever I speak to farmers and agro-processors. Years ago, when we went into the field and we were talking about the certification of agricultural produce program, and we were talking about standards and what is expected of farmers. And we had asked the question, for bathroom, when persons are out there in the field, where do they go to the bathroom? And the response that I got, and I mean years ago, this is more than 7 years ago, and I still remember that response. The gentleman said they carry a fork with them. I said, what you mean by? You carry a fork with you? So you know, say you do your business, you dig your hole, do your business, and they do, right? To this day, I'm still boggled by that. The reality is, it is still a reality. And I'm saying to you that if you want sustainability, if you want market access, if you want to pass the inspections that Mr. Rowe and the other regulators are doing, if you want to continue to supply the tourism industry, you have to make sure that you have good agricultural practices in place, which means that you have to have somewhere to use as bathroom. Because if you don't have a proper and acceptable receptacle that would pass public health standard, what happens when rain come? When you have a weather and the rain come, it don't stay buried, you know. It don't stay buried. And if your field is right there, if your crop is right there, I see the expressions in the room. I see the expression, but that is the reality. Right now on your farm, where do your workers, where do you go and handle your business when nature calls? There is also a requirement in the standard that says if somebody have to walk more than 5 minutes to access a bathroom, they're not going to go there. So if you put a bathroom or if you put whatever receptacle on your farm and the workers have to walk more than 5 minutes to go there, they're not going to go. They're going to go somewhere else, but they're not going to go there. So consider that. Water. Water is another consideration for good agricultural practices. Agricultural water versus potable water. Dependent on what it is that you are doing, then the water quality will come into play. So for watering and so on, agricultural water is acceptable. But when you're looking at hand washing for your workers to wash their hands, it must be drinking water quality. When you're looking at washing certain fruits and vegetables, it must be drinking water quality. Why is that? because fruits and vegetables more than likely do not have what the industry will call, the agro-processing industry will refer to as a kill step. What does this mean? It means that you don't apply heat. So for example, tomatoes. Somebody is planting tomato and harvesting tomato in a greenhouse and so on, and it's ready to go to the buyer, ready to go to market. It must be cleansed, must be washed with drinking water quality, because somebody is going to take that tomato and make a salad, or somebody's going to take that tomato and wash it and bite into it. Now, if it's not drinking water quality that was used to handle this tomato, you can cause an issue, because you can have contamination that if this person consume it, it causes a food safety incident, a foodborne disease with them. How many times? And consider, as you do your business, as you put your goods on the market, consider how many times you might have ate a meal and you got nauseous. How many times have you ate a meal and you start having sharp pains in your stomach? You know that it was never a pleasant experience. So at the end of the day, you really don't want anybody to purchase anything from your farm and consume it, and they themselves have that experience. It's very important too for us to realize that more and more Jamaica is becoming a litigation, that's the correct term, litigation society. So if somebody is purchasing something from your farm, from your business, and it causes an adverse reaction, they're going to come to you for you to give them a solution, give them a reason, for you to give them redress for what they have gone through. One of the ways that you can prevent this is making sure that you have implemented good agricultural practices on your farm. One of the ways that you can prevent this is to ensure that you're using standards on your farm. Now, the HACCP standard is not directly linked to the primary producers that are in the room, but it is linked to our agro-processors. So any farmers that are in the room right now and you're doing your juices, you're using the produce from your farm, and you're doing your juices, or you're doing your sauces, like Mrs. Hilton spoke about, you can do sauces. We have a standard for sauces in Jamaica, and the HACCP system is so developed to show that you can look and see where there are possible food safety incidences, where they can happen, and what you should do to prevent them. A food safety standard is here for you, for your benefit, for your guidance. It helps you to identify where are the possible incidences point in your area. So for example, let's go back to water, the agricultural water versus the drinking water quality water. When you put a food safety system in place, what it does, it pinpoints to you where you can use the drinking water quality and where you can use other water. It helps you to look at your system holistically and determine what are your risk points. Look at your farm as a business. Look at the standard as a tool for you to use to strengthen your business, to ensure that the risks that are there are controlled. Remember that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. You don't want to be the weakest link in the chain. And therefore, we encourage you to look into standard, such as the ISO 22000 food safety standard, look into the global gap standard, and I am very happy to report that the NCBJ offers a certification to global gap. So markets are now asking, while we're not a regulator, we certify to volunteer, it's a voluntary process. But the markets are asking, when you look to export, the market is asking you, are you certified? To which standard are you certified? That is, certification is now becoming a market requirement. So let me ask you this. Are you certified? I don't see any nods in the room. All right. To which standard are you certified? Global Gap? Excellent. I tell you how proud you see. Excellent, excellent. So I would really love to talk more to you about Global Gap, so we can do that in a networking session. I think I might have gone over my 7 minutes, but I will conclude. I'll reach a conclusion. So I crave your indulgence and take 1 more minute to conclude. Remember, I spoke to you. What are the 3 words that I asked you to remember? Go again. What are the 3 words? Okay, right. Viable, sustainable, and efficiency. Why are you in a business? You're in a business to ensure that you can earn a bread. Ensure that you can feed yourself and feed your family, right? Not only that, nowadays we're not looking at survival only. We're also looking at quality of life. You're looking at quality of life for yourself, quality of life for your family. How are you going to do this? How are you going to gain this? You're going to gain this by ensuring that your business is viable, by ensuring that your business is sustainable. Because you're not only talking about yourself right now, but you're also talking about generational wealth. You're talking about setting your children and your grandchildren up so that they will have life a little bit more easier than you. This cannot happen if your business isn't viable, if your business isn't sustainable. How are you going to make sure that your business is viable and sustainable? Implement a standard. Get certified. Make sure that you are looking at food safety. As a farmer, food safety is paramount to you. Food safety is very important to you, and therefore it is important for you to implement a food safety standard. Talk to the NCBJ about the certification of agricultural produce program. This program you can get certified under, build yourself up as you look towards getting Global Gap certified. If you are doing sauces with some of the crops that you plant, talk to us about HACCP. We'll get you certified. Implementing a standard will ensure that you have market access, and not only have market access, but it will ensure that you increase your market shares. Why else do you want to operate? You don't want to only earn 100,000 every month. Don't you want to increase that 150,000 and go up? Implement a standard. Let's talk food safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Wellington Ford, in regards to your presentation on food safety, the importance of good agricultural practice, and the importance of these business in regards to making your business viable, sustainable, and efficient. We now go on to our first question and answer segment, which will be moderated by Mrs. Jodian T. Clark, and then we will proceed to have lunch for 30 minutes.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Just to make this quick in the interest of time, we can all agree that things are changing, right? And if it was not for this event, we wouldn't have heard about all these changes that are being made. So I want to say a special thank you for Mr. Rowe, to Mr. Rowe for bringing some good news to our stakeholders and our investors today. We are happy to hear that, considerations are being made in regards to the required square footage to accommodate our small investors. So some of the comments coming in from the chat, Ms. Rita Hilton, our audience on Zoom believes that you made some great points. Somebody else commented, excellent presentation to Mr. Clifton Reader. Someone else said, and this was to Ms. Hilton's presentation, yellow yam should long be a globally demanded product if it were processed and packaged to achieve that goal. Also, pumpkin powder, and I think this is an idea that can be explored. Pumpkin powder is one of the popular replacements for food coloring to replace synthetic food coloring. So, other persons wanted to know, will any of these presentations be available? And although we responded in the Zoom chat, we also want to make it clear for all the persons who are in the audience that yes, the session is being recorded and all the replays will be uploaded to our YouTube channel at Agro-Investment Corporation. So go ahead, check out our YouTube channel at Agro-Investment Corporation. So we have a few questions. We want to take 2 questions from the virtual audience, and we want to take 1 question from here, as I said, in the interest of time. So I'm just going to go ahead with 2 questions from the virtual audience first. And in the meantime, if our physical audience have a question, just get prepared to just ask it right after these 2 questions. So one of the first questions that we have, and this one is for Mr. Rowe, when building a processing facility, at which point of the process would you contact the plant quarantine? Okay. You can stand. I'm not sure if the mic works.
Plan in place, and we go through your sketch and look and make recommendation, and then you can proceed with building.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so I hope that the person who asked that question, that answer was helpful for you. This one is for the NCBJ. How do I go about getting Global Gap certified through the NCBJ?
Thank you very much for that question. Correctly stated, call us. So you can access information for the NCBJ through our website. Our website is www.ncbj.org.jm. Once you contact us via the website or via email, and let me give the email address also, info@ncbj.org.jm. That is the first step to start the process. We want to ensure that you have a copy of the Global Gap Standard, and it's available online, free to download from the Global Gap. And once you start the implementation of the requirements, then you call us, and we will come in and we evaluate you against the requirements of the Global Gap Standard, or we audit you. Now, I don't want people to get scared when they hear the word audit. We just come in and we do an evaluation, match what you have implemented against what is in the standard, and then we certify you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for that response. As it relates to our audience here in the room, we'll take 1 question, and this young lady in the yellow, you can go ahead.
Okay. My question has to do with onion export. Okay, I'm sure that everybody is aware of the challenge that we're having out in St. Thomas, Yaros, Agro Park, with the sale of onions. The minister seems to understand exactly what is happening and is working on it. I noticed that you said that the ministry exports onion to, I guess, CARICOM. So my question is, for next onion season, which will sometime next year, round about now, if the ministry will be ready to roll out that export of onions to other Caribbean islands, And I noticed you made specific reference to raised bed onions. I would just like to ask why that specification of raised bed onions. That is onions that are grown a little bit above the level of the soil.
So part of that question is for me, and the other part regarding raised bed is for somebody else. Sorry. So we have not started exporting to the wider Caribbean onion. We have to do that initial market access. We have to look at what CARICOM island we want to target. Right? So if we want to target, say, Trinidad or Barbados, then we make the request to them. I guess now is the time to do that.
That's why I'm asking for next onion season. We
So
should be
can
ready
start that.
because I'm almost sure that there will be an increase in production and productivity for the next, at least 25% for the next onion season.
And
Definitely.
I think we
without a
have some
doubt.
market access for Cayman.
So like
There's
that.
export to Cayman too, right? Onion. So we have some market access for Cayman.
Okay.
No, but
No,
for the rest
okay.
of the Caribbean islands, we want to get into them. So we'll
Yes, for the
start making
next
that.
onion season.
Hopefully, by the next onion season, we'll work
We
out all
should
the
be, all the details should be worked out for. A
Hopefully.
shipment be going out.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rod. Notice, Ms.
Could I
Hilton.
just add to that? We did an experiment with dehydrating some of the onions, and the flavor was so intense that the customer abroad who asked us to do the process had stopped importing from Spain and wanted to import from Jamaica. But cost was a factor. The processing cost of dehydrating them and the cost of the onion. So if we can look at that process and work out something that's effective, there is a wonderful market available in New York for dehydrated Jamaican onions. The flavor was intense when it was incorporated into the formulation, and everybody came out from the office to see what was cooking because the flavor was overpowering. So there is a market.
Awesome. Awesome. So you see, there are some challenges, but there's still great opportunities that we can tap into. So once again, we're going to thank our presenters in this segment. Ms. Shalika Darby, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Clifton Reeder, he was online. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Mrs. Rita Hilton, Mr. Damian Rowe, and Mrs. Navinia Wellington Ford. Thank you so much. And I can speak for each and every person in here that your presentations were well received. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Mrs. Tay Clarks.
Which just supports the theme of connection of this event. When you're down and in trouble and you need some loving care, and it seems nothing is going right, you gotta close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest night. You just gotta call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Ooh, winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. You've got a friend. Ooh. Ooh, just keep your head together and call my name out loud, and soon you'll hear me knocking at your door. If you know the song, sing along and say, you just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again. Well, hey now, winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. Oh, ain't it good to know that you got a friend when people can be so cold? They'll hurt you and desert you and take your soul if you let them. Oh, but don't you let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running, 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 running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call, and I'll be there. You got a friend. You've got a friend. Ain't it good to know you got a friend? Ain't it good to know you got a friend? Oh, you got a friend. You've got a friend. You got a friend. And all right. Okay. All right. We're going to do another song. Let's give them they're going to talk first. All right. I say some things were meant to be, so why not let it be and stop worrying about it? Long as we know what's in our hearts, we know what's others' hearts. No reason for concern now. They're gonna talk, they're gonna talk, they're gonna talk, they're gonna say a lot of things about us. But if you know that love is not a sin, then why you worry what the people say when they see me with you? Wonder what they probably say now when they find us together. Wonder what they probably say now when they know we're in love. Wonder what the people say. Hey, hey, hey. You pass them on the street, greet them with a smile as broad as the night. They'll say all kind of goody-goody to you, yeah. They'll linger for a while. They're in your mind. You wanna stay, you wanna go, you think that you could never ever make your mind about it. But if you know what love is deep within, why you worry what the people say when they see me with you. Wonder what they probably do now when they find us together. Wonder what they probably say now when they know we're in love. And I wonder what the people say. Say it again. Some things were meant to be, so why not let it be and stop worrying about it? Long as we know what's in our hearts, we know each other's thoughts. No reason for concern now. You wanna stay, you wanna go, you think that you can never ever make your mind about it. But if you know when love is stupid, worry what the people say now. See me with you, wonder what they probably do now. Find us together, wonder what the nowhere in love. Wonder what the people say. That's Mr. Barry's Hammond for you. We're gonna give you a jazz number. Right quick. The days of wine and roses. We're giving you mixture today, my dear folks. Give you jazz, give you contemporary, give you reggae. The days of wine and roses, laugh and run away like a child at play. To the meadowland, toward a closing door, a door marked nevermore, that wasn't there before. Ooh, the lonely night discloses just a passing dream, filled with memories of the golden child that introduced me to the days of wine and roses and green. The days of wine and roses, left and run away like a child at play. To the meadowland, towards a closing door, a door marked nevermore, that wasn't there before. The lonely night discloses just a passing dream, filled with memories of the golden child that introduced me to the days of wine and roses, the days of wine and roses, the days of wine and roses, and
All right, so I hope we are all filled and ready for our final segment, which we'll be having presentations from group 2 and 3, and then our networking session. All right, so as a reminder, we are behind time, so I'm asking all presenters, please stick to the 5-minute time, and we will be giving you notice when you have to stop. All right, so moving on to group 2, which is the agro-processors / exporters / buyers segment. Our first presenter is Mr. Mohan Jagnarin, the Executive Director for Spur Tree Spices Jamaica Limited, and he will be presenting on agro-processing opportunities for agricultural produce. Can you give him a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, good afternoon. All protocols observed. Okay, I am going to speak very quickly on the opportunities. Okay, spiritory spices, you know, we are very big in agro-processing. We are very big in agro-processing. We have a factory at Garmex, about 35,000 square foot. We have a factory at Danvers Penn St. Thomas, Aki factory, which we are now expanding into a bigger factory. We also own 51% of a company called Canco Limited, with Linstead Market as a brand. That's in Seaford St. Thomas. We are opening a new factory, 40,000 square foot in Holland Bamboo St. Elizabeth, which Mr. Scarlett knows about. And that will be Aki and also a lot of processing. We have just acquired a next factory in Port Moran St. Thomas, a building to set up a factory. So we are not joking about agro-processing and the opportunities. What I would like to say is that the opportunities will be there and they will always be there. But farmers have to look at it as a business. If you don't look at it as a business, it's not going to work for none of us. And I don't want people to not to go into farming. I want win-win situations. You must win, I must win, the consumer must win, and we all win. At none time, I want to buy your produce at a price that you cannot, so it's not sustainable, because you will go out of business. Oh, so what I will say to you as farmers is when you produce, if you produce Scotch bonnet pepper, for example, try to sell your top quality to the fresh market. And allow me to buy, because I am processing, I can buy the ones that are not so pretty and nice, that are, you know, difficult, but you can grade them. Try and, I want you to get the best price for in fresh, because I can't match that. And most of our products are 90% exported. We are a company that export 90% of our products. And I can tell you one thing. The business has been in business for about 17 years, 18 years. We were only able to do our first price increase about a year ago. For 15 years, we could not increase the price. The market in the US don't like to hear price increase. And I'll give you an example. When we were increasing the price, had to do a price increase because everything went up, packaging, every single thing. There was one company, some of these big chains, that told us, if you don't give 4 months notice for a price increase, take your products away. Now, if you have to give somebody 4 months notice, you still have to absorb that price. So the point I'm making is that we all have to do this together. You have to farm as a business, and we will buy from you. We will buy. At none time we have ever turned away farmers. And in our business, farmers are the first people to get paid, even before me. The employees and the farmers. Because I see them as the two most critical people. Except the utilities, which you have to pay anyway. But farmers get paid right away, because I want them to go back into farming. So I want, as I said, I love you guys for us to be win-win all the time. Keep being win-win. Now, I can tell you, my phone is available anytime. My number is 876-564-6482. You can call me when you have surplus, when you have, we buy pepper, we buy scallion, we buy onion, we buy callaloo, we buy thyme, we'll buy cassava, we're going to buy breadfruit. We are into this business, serious business, very serious. So, you know, as I said, and we are planning to invest more and more into it, more and more. We want to be We want to go into partnership with our farmers, whereby partnership means that we work together. You come to me, if I can help in any way, I will help. I don't believe in signing contracts. I believe my word and your word is what should work. If we can't have a word agreement, we can't do business. So I thank you very much, and keep my number. You give me a call, we will buy from you. Thanks.
Okay, so our next presenter is Mr. Joel Harris. He is the Director of Marketing for Shivot International Holdings Company Limited, and he will be presenting on agro-processing opportunities for agricultural produce. Okay, can you give a round of applause?
All right, so I'm guessing, hoping nobody's sleeping after the food. All right, perfect. Good, great. So, as stated, my name is Joel Harris, and I'm going to be talking while you can look through the slides. So 3 slides, basically. Now, who we are. Shivot International forms a group of companies of Shivot Foods, Shivot International, and Shivot Farms. We're local-based, family-owned, and we only purchase local raw materials. So we work with local farmers. We specialize in milling, drying, and packaging, and we export more than 90% of our production to countries, to almost 15 countries across the world. We're SQF certified, and also recently, we are OU kosher certified, and probably the only one in Jamaica that is OU kosher certified. We specialize in taking Jamaican, authentic Jamaican products and carrying them to market. We specialize in quality. Our range, really typical in herbal teas, dried spices, gluten-free flour. Those are our main 3 items. And of course, our Jamaican black castor oil, which we are also known for. We have 2 locations. We have a location in Winterspen, Spanish Town, in where we employ the men and women from that communities and from other surrounding communities, because we believe in partnering with communities. And also, we are now setting up in St. Mary in Port Maria, in Trinity. And that is where we're also working with those communities as well. We are open, more than open, to be working with a network of farmers. So guys, if you grow scallion, onion, thyme, peppermint, cerasee, right, ginger, turmeric, for example, breadfruit is one of our main purchases that we purchase as well. Scotch bonnet pepper as well, like those spices, those fruits, those grown provisions like sweet cassava, sweet potato, right? We would love to work with you. We treat our farmers good, we pay on time, right? And we also have dialogue. And we always want to make sure we can also expand as well with you. So for example, you may start with a small farm, but we can help you grow, right, with a larger farm. And if you can come with a business sense, in sense where that we can be able to procure the land for you or help you with that leasing of the land, we can be able to work together in growing your expansion. But again, we also have to make sure that we hold our agreements in place. Reason being, there are 2 reasons. 1, we have to keep prices for our export markets and our local customers. They expect a particular price point. 2, they expect a particular quality. We are not watering down our quality to serve anybody else. It is real Jamaican quality that we send to. It's because we work with real Jamaican farmers who provide us that quality. And we have partnerships for up to 5, 10 years and more. And we're hoping to grow our network of partnerships within the Jamaican local communities. So this is who we are. And at the end of all things, harvesting goodness is our motto. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris, again for that very concise and informative presentation. Okay, next on our program, we will have Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzgerald, the General Manager for Taju Company Limited, and she will also be presenting on agro-processing opportunities for agricultural produce. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. So I'm Elizabeth Fitzgerald. I am the General Manager for Tajul Company Limited. So Tajul Company, we are a family-owned agro-processing company. It was founded by Dr. Juliet Newell in 1984. We are located in the Palmer's Cross community. Palmer's Cross is just outside of Maypen, Clarendon. We are primarily an export company. However, recently, we would have started to focus more on increasing our presence in the local market. We have registration with the Bureau of Standards, Public Health Compliance, FDA registration, and we also have a food safety system in place. Now, we produce a variety of sauces, seasonings, jams, jellies, canned products, which include ackee and callaloo, as well as bami. And the newest addition to our product line would be our Clarendon Blends lines of fruit juices. Our products are also available for private labeling. In terms of raw materials and suppliers, we have over 90 farmers that are in our supply chains. A lot of these suppliers would have been long-term suppliers, so people that we would have been doing business in excess of 10 years and over. Raw materials that we use ackee, scallion, sorrel, callaloo, cassava, red peppers, Scotch bonnet peppers, mangoes being the larger variety of mangoes like the Keat and the Hayden, ripe bananas, pineapple, passion fruit, turmeric, pimento seeds, thyme. We are looking to go based on the trajectory that we're looking to go, and we're looking to increase our demand in terms of sorrel, and we're looking to go into onion usage, turmeric, and escallion. In terms of relationship with suppliers, we also try to form partnerships with our suppliers. Our managing director, Mr. Roy Newell, he's very active in terms of going out into the fields, into the different communities, because a lot of our suppliers are actually from Clarendon in the surrounding areas. So he makes it his point of duty to go out, engage the suppliers based on what the demands are for our production. He would engage different suppliers in terms of producing different raw materials. What we do is for all the suppliers that we're going to engage, we train them in terms of what it is that we expect in terms of product quality, delivery, and just all the different specifications related to the product. Also, in terms of payment, we make it a point of duty to try to pay on time. Most deliveries are same-day payments, but within a week, you usually get your payment. It is very important. The base of our operation is actually the raw materials. All the products are agricultural based. So we seek to have good partnerships with our suppliers. We are open to discussions. We have our managing director, myself, our factory operations manager, is open to any conversation. We take calls at any time of the day, just to discuss the needs of farmers and our needs, and working together to get, as Mr. Mohan from Spurtree said, the pricing, that is something that needs that's something that needs discussion, because we as export company, we also cannot increase our price. We are not able to react as quickly to price changes because it's hard to pass it on to the customers. So thank you for affording us the opportunity to be a part of this conference, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Mrs. Fitzgerald. Okay, so next on our program, we have Mr. David Neil Crumb-Ewing from GK Foods. He is the Business Development Executive, and he will also be doing a presentation on agro-processing opportunities for agricultural produce.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. So when I was asked to present here today, I thought about what to speak about. And while Grace Kennedy is a large agro-processor, we will process over 4 million kilograms of locally produced agricultural products this year. And we have a network of 40 plus hardworking Jamaican farmers growing those products for us. We're always looking for adding new farmers to our pool. But one of the things is, one of our big businesses is jerk, and the world of jerk. And as my colleagues before, Tidal Spiritually have said, the cost of our inputs are really what makes or breaks us. And over the last year or so, the Grace Kennedy agro-processing team has been exploring ways that are being done elsewhere in the world, and how are they doing things differently to, one, operate at a lower cost, and two, to have more output than what we are having. And we've been to Costa Rica, we've been to the Dominican Republic, we've been to Mexico, we've been to California, we've been to Florida. And there are a few core things that I think as the agricultural sector of Jamaica that we need to focus on if we're going to be a world player on this stage. So number one, soil management. Soil is what grows our products. And I don't think Jamaica and the agricultural sector understand the importance of managing the soil and the impact your soil has on your products. Last week, a class action lawsuit was filed against the chocolate processors in the US because of high levels of cadmium and lead in their products that comes from the soil. Do you know what is in your soil that you are growing in? Do we all know? The FDA is going to increase their presence and their protocols and their restrictions based on these things. So we are going to have to come to time with these things and have really effective and productive soil management practice across the agricultural industry in Jamaica. That's one. Two, our planting materials. If we're lucky, our farmers are using third generation or fourth generation planting material. We need to be using first generation or second generation planting material to get the production levels that we need. When I see Costa Rica producing an acre of scotch 40,000 pounds per acre, and we're in Jamaica, we celebrate when we're making 18,000 pounds an acre. That is ridiculous. Jamaica should own scotch. Scotch is where scotch was originated, in Jamaica. We can't have Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Thailand, all these places growing scotch. And yes, the flavor is not as good as ours, but the advances that they're making and the speed that they are moving at, if we don't do something soon, they will leapfrog us. So we need to be important in that. Third, new generation fertilizers and pesticides. There are new generation fertilizers and pesticides that are not available in Jamaica. They're less impactful to the soil. They're better for your products. They're better for your yields. We need to do a better job of improving the regulations and allowing these products into Jamaica while ensuring that they are safe and making sure that they meet our standards. We need to ensure that we're using the best available resources and materials possible. And fourth, I'm glad the minister mentioned it when he was here earlier, is use of technology. We have started to see things like drone spraying in Jamaica. Highly applaud those efforts and want to see more of that. It's less impactful. It's better for the workers that work in agriculture. It's much better health-wise to have using a drone to spray rather than walking through a field with a backpack spraying where you're literally in the spray. So these are some things that we really need to look at as a sector and look at ways that we can improve and as we grow. Now, in terms of the slide, so I think it's important for the farm sector to understand the dynamics of the markets that we're dealing with. So Gen Z, a lot of talk is spoken about Gen Z. Gen Z has a different buyer profile. They're looking for cleaner labels. They're looking for healthier options. They want to know that you're maintaining sustainable and ecological practices. They want to know all these things, and they want to know these about the products that they're putting into their body. So that is something that we as a sector need to understand. Plant-based is something that is growing rapidly. Jamaica is poised to participate in that space, and we need to figure out how we participate in the plant-based space. Plant-based milks are more than 14% and growing rapidly of the global milk market now. You know, what is next in that plant-based space? So, you can move to the next slide. So I just wanted to point out that these are food trends, global food trends issued by Forbes magazine late last year of the items that are growing at exponential rates globally. What on this list cannot be produced by Jamaica? But the question is, how can we produce those things cost effectively? And the answer is the 4 things that I mentioned: soil management, good planting material, better fertilizers and pesticides, and the use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can you just give us a minute? Miss Tika Dunlop is not here today. However, Mr. Welcome stepped out for a minute. So we are going to wait on him because he will be the last presentation for Group 2, and then we will move on to the question and answer segment. So just a minute, please.
This right now.
You can use it.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trevor and welcome. I'm here from Capsicum Exports. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak today. So today I'm going to be speaking about the export opportunities for agricultural produce. So I'm going to give you a little bit of backstory about my company. So it's family owned. We've been around for about 2 generations. My mom has always been exporting, my mom and my dad. They used to do seafood before me. We transitioned to produce thereafter, and I've since taken the helm. So what we do is we process fresh produce and package them in boxes, stuff them in containers, send them abroad. We basically bring the Jamaican products to the international stage. And so our goal is to be an influential partner in the expansion of the Jamaican brand in terms of nutrition and recipes. Mainly we export to North America, the Caribbean, and the UK. We hope to expand to Asia and Europe in the near future. And our strategies are partnerships with farmers, freight companies, Ministry of Agriculture, and we fuse together the different influences from each one of these organizations to create a kind of blend to get the thing done properly. So our main products are grown provisions. We do a lot of yams, a lot of sweet potatoes, a lot of pumpkins. We do a lot of fruits as well, not as much as grown provisions, however. So we do a lot of citrus fruits, we do watermelon, we do bananas, we do peppers. And we have also went ahead now and started to distribute some local manufacturers' products. So we do a lot of water, we do a lot of syrups, some canned products, corned beefs and mackerels, etc., vinegars, ketchups, and some other grocery items. So in terms of volumes, we do a container roughly every week. Overall, for the month, we do roughly about 10,000 pounds of yams on a normal month. That figure can go up substantially depending on the time of year. Sweet potatoes, roughly about 12,000. Pumpkins, roughly about 8,000. Peppers, roughly about 1,500. We, however, are not limited to these products. We do a lot of other products. For example, I listed just now that we do a lot of citrus fruits, watermelons, other things of that nature. So we're not limited to these things. These are just our main products. So some of the challenges we face, and I've heard a lot of our speakers speak about this, is the inconsistency when it comes down to price and availability of the product. So breadfruit, for example, is one of the more favored products in North America and England. However, in Jamaica, I don't think we have a farm that specializes in breadfruit. Whenever it's breadfruit season, the pickers just happen to go in people's houses or yards or whatever and pick breadfruits off trees and sell to us. We are competing with people on a stage where they are literally investing millions of dollars into having proper orchard farms for these kind of things. And if we continue at the route that we're going, we are going to be outpaced and outmatched by the international competition. We have a lot of informal buying practices. So a lot of the farmers here, they don't have bank accounts. A lot of the farmers depend on middlemen to buy and sell the products for them. So it's challenging to keep up with the farmers because some of them are very small farmers. They don't have the technologies and the information needed to do business properly. And the market is oftentimes very unregulated. The prices of products change weekly. Today you might pay $7 a pound for sweet potato. Next week it might be 100. It makes it very challenging for exporters to set out a proper pricing strategy to take on the international market. So there's a picture of me and my mom on a pepper farm. Actually, she's in the back. We went to speak to some farmers about a partnership for some Scotch bonnet peppers. So as I stated before, most farmers work through middlemen because they don't have large enough farms to supply exporters. So one of the opportunities I believe that farmers could do is they could group together among themselves instead of relying on a middleman, and then maybe elect a representative among their group of peers to handle the larger purchases or sales. The speaker before me mentioned the technologies that we use in terms of yielding from our agro farms. We need to improve on the technologies that we invest in. We're being outpaced drastically on the international market. And we also need to look into putting more effort into long-term crops. I find that a lot of farmers aim for quick flips in terms of the products that they grow. So they grow 3 to 6 month products like callaloo, peppers, yams, potatoes. They don't look at the long-term projects. So there aren't many mango farms, for example, in Jamaica. And we do a lot of mango exports. We do a lot of breadfruit. We do a lot of, I think there's only one major citrus farm, and it's from True Juice. I don't know if they're there anymore. So we need to look into more of these kind of crops. So some recommendations, government assistance. I believe that the government can do more in assisting farmers and exporters to close the gap between us and the international stage. This would ultimately lower the cost for farmers, allowing us to have a more stable market for fresh produce, so we can compete with the international stage. As I said, long-term planning. So we need some. I hear farmers complain all the time about the length of their leases and how difficult it is to get high-quality land. We need a better plan with this moving forward. We need to have leases that are longer so people can feel more comfortable in investing more money into the products that they want to grow, so we can have more options in terms of what we can export. And maintaining open communication in the industry. We have oftentimes have a very big challenge with the exporters, the regulators, the farmers. I find that there's not an open channel for communication between all of us. This seminar is a perfect example of what we can do moving forward to engage more regulators, farmers, and exporters. We can get them all on the same panel, on a similar ground, so we can discuss the ideas that we all have. Expansion plans. So I want to partner with a lot more local farmers to create a more streamlined process to ensure the quality and availability. For the last, let's say, 4 months, we've had a serious challenge with sweet potatoes. The price has more than doubled, and it is unsustainable. We cannot have one of our biggest selling products unavailable for such long periods of time. I saw the same thing happen with yellow yam maybe 2 years ago, and it was a horrible experience. So we need more farmers to partner with exporters and suppliers to expand their production, so we do not have similar issues moving forward. I personally want to tap into some new markets around the world and create a higher demand for other products. So products apart from the basic ones, the yellow yam, the sweet potatoes, the pumpkins, and the bananas. I remember once having a discussion with a partner of mine in the United Kingdom, and it was some people from Pakistan, and they were telling me about a product called Kerala. We call it here bitter melon. Yeah, man. So it's a big important spice where they're from, and I see it here now in the Chinese supermarket, Fresh Approach. I think it's the only supermarket that I've seen it in. So we have a lot of markets for products that are not the main line. We can do some Kerala's, we can do some different varieties of pumpkins. You know, we have a lot of options in terms of that. So I want to partner with some farmers to grow these things. I want to be a part of the investment push to create new technologies to preserve the longevity and maintain the integrity of the item. So I see a lot of people now moving towards the vacuum sealing and flash freezing process. So we don't add any preservatives to the item. So it maintains its natural feel, natural taste, but it lasts a bit longer. I don't know if any exporters here ship to like the UK or Canada, but from the farm to the purchaser is a period of roughly 5 weeks. That shaves off a lot of the time of the shelf life of the product. And then when it gets there, that person has to rush to quickly sell 40,000, 20,000 pounds of produce in a short space of time before it all goes bad. So longevity is a big thing for exporters. And I would like to invest in some more manufactured products which can be prepared using some products that we would have rejected for export to cut down on a lot of the waste that we would have. So we can repurpose these products and save the environment in the process. And that's pretty much it for my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Welcome, the Managing Director for the Capsicum Exports, and his presentation was on exporting opportunities for agricultural produce. So now we'll move on to the question and answer segment, which will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Jodian Tate-Clark.
Good evening or good afternoon again, everyone. For our presenters, just a little point to note, there is a microphone on your desk, and there is also a little head with a speakerphone. So where that button is, you can just press on it. If there's a question for you, you can open the mic and you can just respond. All right, so thanks again, Group 2, for such an informative presentation. Just to remind you, Group 2 consisted of our agro-processors and manufacturers who shared with us the agro-processing opportunities for agricultural produce. As you would have heard, there are many opportunities to work with these businesses, whether you produce callaloo, ackee, turmeric, scallion, thyme, peppers, pumpkin, and a whole long list that we don't have time to do here, right? So there are a lot of persons on the Zoom call that were asking about the contact number for each of these presenters. For those who are here, or farmers that are here, you would have gotten a folder. In that folder is a list with contact numbers, email address for our presenters. For those who are on our Zoom call, that will be shared with you in the chat, right? If you're here and you have any questions, you can just raise your hand and I'll take the question now. But while we wait on that question for more live audience, I'd like to ask our agro-processors, do you have like a success story working with farmers that you'd like to share with the audience that probably our farmers here could actually learn from? No success stories? Mr. Mohan? Could you just share with us? There's a, right.
Oh, here. Okay. Yeah, we have had a few. You know, we have had I think through the IDB, there was a program to increase production of peppers, and we did a program where we had to do some investment with them, and it's a two-way story, because we invested a lot with the farmers, and then after that crop, they wanted us to reinvest back to give them back seeds. And we said, no, you have to use your profit and produce. But they were able to. The point is that when they went into that program, we bought them the irrigation system with some assistance, some aid, and we had to invest some money. And we guarantee we'll buy them back all the pepper. So we invested buying back, I think we invested in, we had pepper stored for about $1 million worth of pepper. So it was stored in drums. We had to rent a new building. But the point, the success story is that the yields were very good.
Right.
The yields were very good because of the practice, because you had to employ an agronomist. They had to, we had to train them through the IDB program. We had to train them, but the yields, but it's what you put in, that's what you'll get out. If you put in garbage, you'll get out garbage.
Right.
And that's what farming was what you put in. But farmers have to understand that it's like any business. The sales is not profit. Profit is after you get your expenses and you put your things together, and that's your profit. So you have to reinvest back in the business. You have to buy back your own seed, your own fertilizers, and so on. That's what I would say. But we have had out of that program some farmers who are still farming and doing well.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, so we have a comment here from Lajar Trading Manufacturers Puree, extracts and concentrate, etc., made from local fruits and vegetables. We can attest to what Ms. Fitzgerald said about paying quickly, and we have been a supplier for them for many years. All right, so that's a thumbs up for Tide Rule. Mr. Harris, a quick question for you. If a farmer would like to work with Chavot or Grace or anybody, you can answer, but if a farmer wants to work with any of you guys here, what's the process?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Simply call 809-2344. That's my direct contact.
Right.
And we get the process started immediately.
Awesome. And it's as simple as that for everybody else, right? As simple as 1, 2, 3. So just call the contact number. Again, they're in your folders that were given to you at the registration desk, and we'll again share them in the Zoom chat. Okay. We also want to announce that we have some H&L Agro gift cards that we'll be sharing with our farmers here today. Of course, there's a little challenge to get these cards, but just to keep you excited and anticipating the good things to come. Until then, do enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you, Mrs. Tate Clark. Okay, so we now move on to our final group, which is Group 3. So Mr. Price, Mr. Grant, Mr. Parkinson, Mr. Oscar, Mr. Thomas, and Ms. Fisher, can you please come to the front row? Mr. Donovan Price, you can just come to the podium. It's your first presenter. And Mr. Price is an agronomist at Newport First and Jamaica Limited, and he will be doing his presentation on the importance of soil testing before applying fertilizer. A round of applause, please.
Greetings, everyone. We are grateful as a company, Newport Ferguson, in being here. Newport Ferguson is the leading nation local blender in fertilizers, and we have over the years expanded our services in other agricultural inputs, including pesticides, other products that we have made available to our farmers. Now, given that I have 5 minutes, I'll keep it short and spicy. We understand that in farming, there are many factors that affect crop production. Now, it is the aim of every farming industry or every farming enterprise to manage as best as possible those factors. Now, one of those factors that has proved a very important role in crop production, especially in our Jamaican landscape, is crop nutrition. And the truth is that while Newport Ferguson tries to lead the charge in promoting best practices in nutrient management, we are still short of getting every farmer on board in following a PNMS regime. Now, when I talk about PNMS, we're talking about a precise nutrient management system where farmers take into account the nutrient status of their soil and plan their fertility management in accordance to what is in the soil. So, for example, a soil test will reveal the nutrients that are available in the soil. And if it is that the soil test reveals that the nutrient status is indicating that potassium is very high, then what that means is that the question that a farmer would have to be asked is, why would I need to buy a 15-5-35 that has 35% potassium? If it is that the soil test indicates that the phosphorus level is very high, then one would have to ask the farmer, why are you buying a bag of 14-28-14 with 28% phosphorus that is in that bag of fertilizers? So with a soil test, a farmer stands the chance of saving more on the potential of saving more in its fertilizer expense. Also, with the precise approach, it leads to a more informed fertilizer decision, reducing the risk of infertility. So one tradition that a lot of farmers have is that because I'm using my grandfather's land, the fertility is high, I don't need to apply any fertilizer. But if you put $100,000 in the bank and you're taking out $20,000 every single month, what eventually will happen to that bank account if you're not putting back any in it? There will be none in it. So what happens over time is that the nutrient bank in our soils right across Jamaica is being depleted because farmers are using the same land year after year, and not making emphasis on the nutrients that are available or unavailable in the soil. And therefore, many of our colleagues here spoke about, Mr. David made a very key information that in other countries, they are getting 40,000 pounds of pepper per the acre, while here, annually, average, we're getting around 17,000, 18,000 pounds. Now, the crop can produce more, and most farmers aren't realizing the full potential of their crop. Now, precise nutrient management enables the farmer to achieve the full potential of their crop. So, for example, we have done work with watermelon farmers in New Forest, Manchester, where to the acre, the farmer is reaping 40,000 pounds of watermelon per acre. And we have done incredible work, and there are some farmers here who have experienced the use of a PNMS system and have seen increased yields and increased productivity in their acre of land. Now, a next practice that affects a lot of our farmers is a cultural practice of staying with traditional fertilizers. That's your 14-28-14, 11-22-22, 15-5-35. Over the years, Newport Ferguson has improved our fertilizer technology to meet the demand to increase production in the country. And that brings into focus our improved blends, such as the booster line of fertilizers, that seeks to narrow the gap in nutrient demand for the crop. So for example, plants in general need around 17 nutrients. And traditionally, farmers have been putting on 3 nutrients only. And what we have done is to narrow that gap in ensuring that farmers have products where they can supply more nutrients, the nutrients that the plants need. So doing a soil test is the first step in any investment in farming operation investment. And it seeks to one, save potential for the farmer to save more, also reducing the risk of over-fertilizing or under-fertilizing. I would love to go on, but at this time, my time is up, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you again, Mr. Price, for that very informative presentation. We move on to Mr. Anthony Grant, who is the president for the Ebony Park Agricultural Cooperative, and he will be doing his presentation on the availability of agricultural produce. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody can hear me. All right. First of all, let me ask that all remaining protocols be observed. I am actually grateful for the opportunity on behalf of the group that I represent to be here this afternoon to at least to sell ourselves to producers, to the buyers and processors. Actually, I'm from the Ebony Park here, where we do farming. Ebony was actually the first farming community to be declared agro park. And for those who don't know, Ebony Agro Park is actually situated on the plains of Clarendon, and we bordered with the Heart Academy and the Spring Plain property. We're about a hour's drive from Mandela, East-West Highway, and about 20 minutes from the town center. The soil type in Ebony is basically residual clay, alluvial, and limestone, and the climate is sunny, hot, and very hot. We don't normally get rain, but we do get the rains. It's a lot of rain, wash you out sometimes. We don't depend on rainfall. We actually have a series of wells in the Spring Plain area and Ebony Park itself. So we actually have a irrigation system, and we work closely with NIC, one of our greatest stakeholder. And we have now developed a good line of communication with NIC. So usually when there's no water, we are notified very early. So in short, that is, for those who don't know Ebony Park, that is Ebony Park and where we are located. Now within Ebony Park is a very large park, agro park, and I am only here to represent a small group. I can't speak for the other farmers. There are a lot of other farmers on the park, so I'll only speak for my group. We are registered, fully registered cooperative society, and we have a membership of about 28 farmers. The farmers holding is roughly from about 5 acres upwards. And we also have farmers within the group which farm as far away as Chapton area and Denby. The educational background of the members of our group is very diverse, right? Very diverse. And we go from engineers, medical practitioners, doctors, educators, public health officers, marketing, sales rep, and accounting. And we also have rep from the banking areas and traditional farmers. So the group draw on the professionalism of all of these areas. So we are highly professional, highly trained. We are, as a matter of fact, before we became cooperative, we were being trained, complement of the Ministry of Education, through a program they call the agricultural competence program. We also get a lot of training, ongoing training, like doctors, you know, we get a lot of training from first on our input suppliers, which is Caribchem, RADA, AIC, NIC, the ministry itself. And through that, we are actually Global Gap certified. Most of the members practice Global Gap, do Global Gap certification. We also, late last year, we were recognized by FAO for some of the initiatives that we are practicing. So we are recognized from FAO for our best practices. And we also have a Global Gap certified facility. Now, what do we produce? To wrap up very quickly, we since inception, that's about 2016, we became officially registered. We have produced for the hotel industry through a purveyor. We have produced for fresh food outlets, exporters and processors. We are one of those who have been producing for Taiju for quite some time. And although some of the processors here don't want to put pen to paper, Taiju can tell you that we have put pen to paper. And although we have renewed that pen to paper, we have been operating with Taiju for quite some time. And we have enjoyed the relationship that we have with Taiju. Communication is very strong. And we can attest to dealing with Taiju. I personally can attest to dealing with firsthand with their precise fertilization program. I see where their new variety works. And I personally work with them for doing peppers just between January and now. And January and now, I've seen a vast improvement in my output for Scotch bonnet peppers. Some of the things that we produce, apart from peppers, scallions, we do cassava, sweet potato, dasheen, spinach, pak choy, okra, sorrel. We are part of a project with Jackra to do turmeric, and we also do tomato, cucumber, pumpkins. Some of our members are also engaged in the tree crop. We do breadfruit, avocado, mangoes, ackee, and other fruits, tree crops. So we are open for discussion. Our terms of engagement is dialogue. We don't actually need input from the processor or the fresh food outlet. We just need to sit down and talk. And when we sit down and talk, then we can know where we're going, where we're heading. I heard some of the processors and buyers talk about costs and keeping costs stable. Let me just give you one example. At the beginning of the year, you could get a 25 kg bag of mono phosphate for $7,500. Right now, it is $15,000. So it's almost 100% increase. So where the farmers would like to hold the price, those who are selling it, not. So we can't hold our price. That's why I said the communication line has to be open between the farmers and the processor or the eventual buyer. Because if we are going to take it as a business, then you have to understand the input costs. We can't hold strain on the input costs. So again, let me thank you for the opportunity. And there's one thing I just want to mention. I don't know if it's by it's by choice, it was deliberate or oversight, but I think there's one sector that is missing here this evening or today, and that is the banking sector, the financial. We, the farmers, really wanted to sit down and talk to DBJ or the banks to let them understand that we need financing. The farmers out there, the investors who are investing, need them to sit down with us so that they can understand for this country to move agriculture. We can talk all the talk we want to talk. But after heavy rains, for us to get back into the field, we need short-term, at least short-term financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. We will take note of that in regards to reaching out to BBJ and other banks. All right, so moving on, we have Mr. Codrick Parkinson, the president for Amity Hall Farmers Cooperative, and he will also be presenting on the availability of agricultural produce. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I represent the Amity Hall Agro Park Farmers Cooperatives. We currently operate on 150 acres, and at least 80% of that is now in production. We also have another 260 acres which will be brought into production very, very soon. We have in the cooperative approximately 25 active farmers occupying lands range from 5 acres to 20 acres. We produce for the export market Scotch bonnet pepper, pumpkin, sweet potato, and for the domestic market we produce a range of crops: tomatoes, sweet peppers, sweet corn, onion, watermelon, and cantaloupe. Regarding our infrastructure, our road network is very good. Water supply for irrigation is good. Drainage is a continuous process improvement. Electricity is there. Our sanitation and sanitary convenience is good. Potable water is also very good. And we are Global Gap certified. We are therefore in good standing to produce products which are of excellent quality, and we can produce in the right quantity as well. Our major challenges are market related. Number one on the list is to coordinate production to synchronize with the peak and trough or the low and high demands of the exporters. There is aggressive fluctuation in prices. That's number two. And the unpredictability of market prices, and consequently, difficult to predict our revenues. The high cost of input for our production is also a significant factor, and serious gluts from time to time, because it seems as if coronation market is the one that determines what sells and what doesn't sell, the prices, and they also have a cartel there. When somebody from St. Elizabeth comes with a truckload of produce, the price goes to rock bottom, and by the next week when that is finished, then it goes up. You know, the fact of the matter too is that we have 2.5 million people here, and it is not that we are not producing enough to feed them, but it is not enough of us here, so we have to rely on export. The way to go, I believe that contractual arrangement with buyers should be ideal, but it is extremely difficult to get a contract which satisfies both parties. And why this is so, there's lack of fairness, transparency, trust, and commitment. And without that, you can't get a good contract going. So over the years, the farmers, they continue to suffer from the fluctuation in price and the unpredictable nature of the revenue and demands, and exporters also, on the other hand, cannot get the things when they need it, because when there's a glut, you hardly see an export, and any farmer here will attest to that. And when there's a shortage, everybody wants 2,000 pounds or 3,000 pounds. Because of the perishable nature of our agricultural produce, it is extremely difficult to market the product and to distribute it because of the high perishability of it. We therefore have to look closely at agro-processing. And agro-processing can simply be described as the method of transforming agricultural products into a suitable product. We at Amity Hall face serious challenges with Scotch bonnet pepper, particularly when the size start to reduce and the fields start to ripe. We strongly recommend that the way forward is to provide processing facilities on all the agro park. And I say that with a lot of passion because we suffer the consequences when the processors will not take your product because they are processing ackee instead of doing peppers, and the exporter don't want the product because the quality is down. So if we have our own mash, we could export the product, do our own mash, or do your desiccation, powder it, and build our brand overseas. The possibilities is unlimited. Ms. Hilton already gave a comprehensive lecture on the pros and cons of processing. And so I need not to get into that. In closing, and just for emphasis, I would implore the management at AIC to invest in processing facilities and all the parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farquharson. All right, so next on our agenda, we have Mr. Clinton Oscar, the president for the New Forest Water Users Group, and he will also be doing his presentation on the availability of agricultural produce. A round of applause, please.
Let me say good afternoon to everyone. I am from New Forest, happen to be their president. New Forest is found in South Manchester. The House adjoining Alligator Pond in that area. And we are Global Gap certified, 9 of us. Packing house is also available to us. We produce, our main produce is scallion, thyme, cucumber, just to name a few of the things that we grow over there in New Forest. When New Forests have a disaster, it affects the whole country. This year, we have thyme sold at $1,000 a pound because there are some problems in New Forest. Scallion sometimes sell for $500 a pound. And if tomatoes are affected, we also have high prices. So New Forest is one of those areas that we must, and government must pay attention to. I will agree with my fellow Agro-Park president that spoke about the whole issue of finance. For us, when we go to the bank, it's very difficult to get funding. We have with us some personnel from the United States. About 4 weeks ago, they were invited by the USAID, and Miguel and Project was with us. I took them across the length and breadth of New Forest and the house for 4 days to show them what we have. His recommendation to us is, Clinton, you guys are not poor. You're not to be trained as farmers, you are farmers. Hear what you need, Clinton. You need some small tractors. You need a machine to trim the scallion and a machine to pull the scallion. It seems it was so much. He said, Clinton, I don't want to see no more farm. For 4 days, he could not finish New Forest. He interviewed the farmers and all of that. And the amount of scallion, we produce maybe about 700, right, acres of scallion. The guy said, you guys are not poor. The problem we have is market. And let me also say to some of my farmers, the highest price is not the thing. If you can get your produce to sell and price are reasonable and you can make money and those who buy from you can make money, then everything will be all right. It is the amount sometimes that they buy from you will cause you to earn. They have a living and we have a living. But we have to meet somewhere and start to deal with the whole issue of market. The next thing is sometimes the processor, when he go out there, he speak to some people. You need to find the group and deal with the group. We have ambition to process our produce also, so we can sell both what we process and what fresh produce you want. We also want to do that. New Forest, you can write my number, 226-56-55. We are up for business. We're ready to go. Callaloo is there. Scallion is there. Cucumber is there, right? And you can just come and meet with us. New Forest is one of the places to go. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Oscar. I'm sure we are sold on New Forest. Okay, so next on our program, we have Mr. Gregory Thomas. He is the president for the Yalas Waters Users Association, and he will also be doing his presentation on the availability of agricultural produce. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, friends, producers, importers, exporters, investors. A pleasant afternoon to you all. Today I have come to you to speak on behalf of the Yalas Irrigation Specially Authorized Society and our colleagues in the Yalas Agro Park. So, our Agro Park is similar to that of New Forest Duff House, where the lands are privately owned, and I might need some help with this. All right, the lands are privately owned, and so unlike Ebony and Spring Plains and some other agro parks, most of the holders of lands are persons who are owners of the lands themselves. And so it makes things a little bit tricky, because if you want to farm and you want to expand your farm, then you will be farming in non-contiguous plots. And so while I hear my colleagues talk about having parcels from 5 acres upwards, we have people in the area farming from as little as a half an acre or a quarter acre upwards to as much as 25 acres or thereabout. So Yalas is a very special area. We experience 300 days of sunshine, and most of the times when you will have other areas experiencing seasonality in terms of not being able to plant, especially cucurbits, certain times of the year, we're able to plant watermelon almost, I would say, 10 out of 12 months out of the year, barring September, October. we are well known for our onion production. So everybody who speak about Yalas now knows Yalas for onion production, and in recent publications we've seen where Yalas has been touted as the greatest producer of onions within the Caribbean. We don't say this to boast, and we have moved from where we started doing serious onion production in 2013, and we're now in 2023, and we've seen our producers move from putting out 6,000 pounds of onions on average per acre to doing 35,000 pounds of onion per acre now. And we're very proud of that. But alas, our success has come to bite us. So we want to talk about some of the other crops that we produce. We're also known for mango. And when you talk about mango, Yalas is known for East Indian and Julie. Those are principal mango crops. But we also do a lot of tree crops too. We have a factory or a couple of factories out there that are into agro-processing. And we do a lot of ackee and a lot of soursop and so on. There's a lot of room for us to do a lot more soursop because we can produce a lot more per acre than, say, the mango. We also, in terms of cucurbits, most times when we come out of onion season, the farmers tend to want to plant a lot of watermelon. And we are still climbing the learning curve here, but we hope to start to see 40 to 50,000 pounds of watermelon being produced per acre. And we're coming close to that, but we almost all year round, we plant cucumbers, and then mostly persons with smaller holdings will plant pumpkin. They tend to plant it as a cover crop or a crop in between the main crops that they have. Separate and apart from this, separate and apart from this, we do a lot of tomatoes, sweet peppers, bell peppers, hot peppers, and a lot of okra. I see my fellow farmers, when it's in the period between September and December, they can't plant any okra because they get black spots. We can plant okra all year round. And the same thing for cucumbers. Even though we might be suffering from some of the fungal diseases, they seem to be easier to be controlled because of the large number of days with sunlight out there. We have a mean temperature of about 29 degrees out in St. Thomas, where the temperature falls to about 23, 24 in the night, and it gets as high as about 32 to 34 in the days, depending on the time of the year. So we want to say that with these crops that you have here on display, there's a lot of room because we have irrigation farming present. We have irrigation on farm supplied by NIC. And as you can see, with the challenges that we have with overproduction of onion, a lot of our farmers are looking for alternatives to producing, onion, so that we can be a little bit more diversified. We tend to plant most of our onions in the fall, and the other crops in the months of March to October. So, in terms of challenges, as mentioned by some of our colleagues already, there is room for improvement with the relationships that we have with our purveyors. We too have the issues where either contracts are not honored or persons are unwilling to commit to prices and so on. And we find that our farmers end up engaging in a lot of speculative farming. And we think that now is the time that, since we have this kind of platform that we're here speaking, that we move away from speculative farming, because it does more harm to the market than good. And so if we can work with serious buyers, then we can have more planned production in place, and we can plant to suit the market that is there, rather than plant in the hope of having persons buy. And so we, as I mentioned, because of the nature of the land holdings that we have there, we have some limitations, and so it forces us to try and produce high value crops, which is why I had like sweet corn or onions listed there because, you know, when you only have that so much land and no more, you have to try and make the most out of it. We also have the challenge of the need for small equipment. So because the holdings are small, sometimes the regular tractors just don't work. You know, you need to have space for the tractors to turn and so on. And we need to be able to produce, you know, at a more efficient level than we are now because the cost of production is going up, driven mostly by labor costs and the cost of inputs. So I have water here mentioned on our slide. It's not that we don't have water available, but because we have had a rapid expansion, a rapid growth in productivity over the last, I would say, 18, 24 months, the scheduling of the water supply has become an issue. And so it's something that we're still working out with NIC and so on. But I want to announce that Yalas is open for business, and I would love to be in dialogue with some of our purveyors to see how we can, I would say, normalize some of the production that we have out there in the park and try to engage you to see if we can have steady markets rather than, you know, that market that we're seeing right now taking place. So with that, I thank you for your time and thank you for allowing me to share with you on Yalas.
Okay, so we are now at our last presenter, but thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. So we will now be having Ms. Govinda Fisher, the president for the Spring Plain Farmers Association, and she will also be doing her presentation on the availability of agricultural produce. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this moment, sharing my presentation with each and everyone. First and foremost, let me just jump right into it because we all know time is short. I must echo, when I do my introduction, I am from the Spring Plain Agro Park. We are bordered with Ebony Park, and it is a lovely plain, prime farmland. Let me emphasize, we have our irrigated water there, and I must also state that we have mostly new investor in Spring Plain Agro Park. So this right here for us, it's a win-win because a lot of people are coming to the farming industry wanting a solid concrete market, and one of the things we tend to look for coming into this market, it is a concrete contract. Now, let me say, this right here does a different thing, just stir up everything for most people, right? And if we listen to each presenter that put their presentation before us, every person from the farmer to the processor, even to the agro-investment, have something to take away because we're trying to move forward in getting this thing right. And at the end of the day, when we have these meetings, which is good, we tend to recognize there is a gap for improvement. And if we want the best to go forward, then we need to work on this gap. I hear my Ebony Park president from Committee Hall have stated that when we have glut in the market, most with our farm produce, yes, the processor is not going to take it. They have enough, so they shut down. We cannot go there and tell the crops to stop there. We want to be able to have a process system in the agro park because we have rural farmers also to compete with. But I think the agro park
supposed to be, we're global gap, ahead of the game. We're supposed to be looking out for our investor. We're supposed to be securing them in that way that we, the investor, don't want to withdraw from doing business as in agriculture, right? And not only that we need a process, we need a cold storage in each agro park. It is a win-win because when the thing is enough, we want to be able to have in cold storage to take away when it is right. We're talking about security here. There are measures that is needed. We need to step up on our hay game in order to reach the demand and the quality to satisfy our market. There is a lot of issue here that have been mentioned. There's a lot of points that have bring up that we need to take away and implement on for us to reach where we want to go. And basically, as a farmer, I, for one, would want to see where we, the farmer, would feel more secure, knowing that when we plant and our produce, it's not all going to waste. We're not going to compete with the igglers who come in and tends to buy at a low rate. Because, for instance, it was on the news for St. Thomas who have a whole heap of honey and that's only spoiling the field. That's a waste. Why isn't that there is some sense of security for these products to be stored for a later date? And then further on down the line, you're going to have a demand for these produce. It doesn't make sense. What you're finding now, it is that farmers are looking at what sells best on the local market to put in. Most farmers are moving away from what, quote unquote, factories or processors need. It's what sells. Farmers want to have that assurance that once they put in their produce, they're getting their live cash. Because at the end of the day, to buy their fertilizer and seed, all the inputs, you require your cash. You don't want to take the chance and say, yes, I am having a processor will take X amount of goods, and at the end of the day, you produce and you bring and you say, okay, this is the quality and look good. They say, I'm sorry, we can only take 50 pounds out of what you have produced, and you're wondering, so why make sense? Why you give us as farmers the hope that you can take all of it, and when we go and put it in, you have a change where it is much lower. Now, I'm getting the wrap-up signal. And I must state this here. Please bear in mind that we farmers, we also suffer. When I heard a processor is talking about price reduction, yes, I do understand that. But as you can listen to my fellow president, fertilizer increase, seed increase, labor cost increase, and at the same time, we cannot sell our produce under or below our inputs. Okay, and let me state, for Spring Plain, we have mostly new investors. We are looking at scallion at the Spring Plain Agro Park. There's also watermelon does plant over there, a lot of okra, pumpkin, and Scotch bonnet peppers. And I'm not going to say it's all quote unquote secure for processors. These are people who are looking for a person who will come in it is an open market at Spring Plain. Who comes in at a better price? First come, good price, they will be first preferred. And I'll say thanks for having me here. And I do enjoy, and I can take away something from here today and share with the farmers at Spring Plain Agro Park. And thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Fisher, for your presentation. And you're definitely pointing out the gaps between our farmers and buyers, and we're here to make that linkage. All right, so we are on our final question and answer segment. Mrs. Jodian T. Clark will lead this segment.
Okay, thanks, Bruno. All right, guys, so we're almost there. Persons in the room, just indicate by raising your hands right now if you have any questions for our presenters, and I'll ask that no. Any questions? Okay, all right, so we'd like to thank, there's one. Go ahead. Go ahead, just state your name and then you can ask your question. Can you use a mic? We can't hear you. Yes, yes.
This is a question to the farmers. What I do is, I'm a farmer from St. Mary, but what I do is maintain a customer base of 80% of whatever I produce, so I can determine the price that I sell for. So I always have more customers than what I produce.
Okay, so that's a very good strategy to share. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Mohan is here. Use a mic, Mr.
Coming on.
Yes.
Are there any processors or exporters that are willing to sign a contract? Any produce? And this is part of the problem that we're having, right? Word of mouth can't go in business, right? Contracts must be signed. And we're talking about prices, right? Prices going go up and down. When the prices are down, processors don't complain, right? Mm-hmm. They want it at the low price, right? Because you don't have no contractual agreement, just word of mouth agreement, right? And with the word of mouth, I can change my mind at any time, right? This is why farming is where it is, right? Everything come right back to the farmer, right? But the persons who purchasing it, right? They want everything in their court. When it's high, they want it low. When it's low, they want it lower, right?
I can speak for my company. One thing I know is that my company, we don't beat a farmer down on the price. If it's plenty, we pay the same price that we have agreed on when it is plenty, and we store it. Sometimes we have produce as a processor. It takes us at least 120, 160 days to turn around that money. When you buy it, you buy the pepper, you buy the scallion, you ground it, then you will have to make a product, you ship the product, the customer abroad pay you 4 to 5 days after, and sometimes 60 days. So it takes a lot. I like relationships where I can sit to you in front of your face, so we agree on a price, and we work, but that don't happen here. We have had cases where farmers, you sign a contract, And then when the price go up, you don't see them. Oh, it's stolen. So the point is, as I said, we are here to stay in business, and we want farmers to stay in business. But it has to be a win-win. It cannot be one way, because we can't raise the price. We cannot. The people abroad, this thing is about a myth, you know, that because it's labeled Jamaica, you can sell it. It doesn't work like that. If Costa Rica produces it cheaper, the consumer buys it cheaper.
But the thing is, when you talk about your input, so Grant a while ago just talk about input on our side as well, right? One particular type of fertilizer, just one, increased by over 100% in just a couple of months, right? So what do you expect us to do? Sell it at the same price?
Okay, what I would suggest, sir,
and that is why a contract is good to have in place, because without the contract, all you're going to say, well, and contract can put in place to indicate that, well, and look, this is the bench price that we agree at, right? In the event, right, that the price going to increase over 5, 10, 15%, whatever, then there is going to be an increase of X, Y, and Z. So everybody is on the same playing field.
Can I make a suggestion? And I'll give you my experience as a producer, as somebody who cannot raise the prices. What I try to do every day is, how do I become more efficient? How do I cut my waste? How do I produce this product at a more efficient price? Because I am facing a lot of increases too. We are facing increases that we can't absorb. Sometimes we just have to break even. And then what we do, so what I would suggest to the farmers, you have to look at ways, as one presenter said in Dominican Republic, they are producing 40,000 pounds of Scotch bonnet per acre, and we are producing 18,000 pounds. We have to look at that technology. We have to look at that system. We have to look at that and be able to up the yields. Because as a processor, believe you me, we face a lot too. And I don't want farmers to go to business. I want farmers to stay in business.
We want you to stay in business too, because if you go to business, we go to business too.
So
not necessarily, but at the same time, but at the same time, you see, everything that you are saying there is the same thing we are trying to do: improve the volume in terms of acreage, right, and everything else. Right? It's not something that we're not trying to do as well, because if we don't get efficient, then it don't make no sense. Right? So anything that you think of that we're not doing, that is what we're doing. And we're trying to do, and we're trying it every day as best as we can. Right? We work along with AIC, who assist us, and Grace, and the people from the chemical companies, and all of those people come to assist us almost every day, right, to try and see how we can improve our production. It's not that we're just sitting on our laurels.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, thank you so much for that input. And Mr. Mohan. Mr. Mohan, I'm sure will be here, Mr. Hutchinson, so if you'd like to speak with him after the event. Once again, thank you to our presenters, and I must make mention that our presenters in Group 3 are presidents of farmers groups, and yes, that is something that, you know, we should cheer for. And one of the important things about that is that we complain a lot about financing, and we do acknowledge that it is a challenge within the sector, but farmers group is a very good thing to have as we seek to apply for more grants for our farmers across the island. So as promised, we have some gift cards from H&L Agro, and I'm going to ask you a few questions now and see if you can walk away with one, right? So the first question that we have is, what are we celebrating this month? The month of April, what are we celebrating? Just raise your hand, press that little button. Raise your hand, press that little button, and I'll acknowledge.
Sit here, honey. Sit here. No, he said it
let's
first,
hear from a
really. Come
farmer.
say he said it first, but he had to get it.
It's farmers.
What you talking? Him say it. Say it. No, sit here.
I want to hear
Sit here.
from the
See the
mic.
mic. You get shy when they look on your seat.
Farmers month.
All right.
All right, come,
and see.
Mr.
Diana.
You want to old boy.
All right, next question. While he's on his way, he can just come up. While he's on his way, name 2 of the 3 brands that H&L carries. Go ahead.
Seminis and Taki.
I'm not sure if it's Feminis. I'm not sure if that's the right one.
Semen.
You're close.
Semen.
But
Siemens and Taki.
Semen. Just a matter of pronunciation.
I know Taki is right, but I don't know if there's a spelling error or something.
SIEMEN.
Okay.
It's correct, man.
Okay.
It's a St. Thomas accent.
All right, you can come up. I'm just going to do one presentation. So the next question, name 3 variety of seeds provided by H&L Agro.
Right. Him just tell you one, Taki. Texas.
3 varieties of seeds. Taki is not on it. Who? So like this one is a hard one. Is that what we're saying?
Onion, pepper, carrot. 3 types of seed.
Yes, varieties.
Variety.
Anyone else want to try?
Just
Want
the
to try?
onion, Oshai onion, and SV7390DT carrot.
I'm not seeing any of those on the list that they sent.
It's the H&L calendar, you read it.
I see people searching and I like that.
See it here. Well, H&L, unless them don't finish.
No man, no. Go ahead. Not seeing that one.
What do you want, the name of the variety?
Yes. It says name 3 variety of seeds. Alright, let's
Can I try?
Alright, let's go with another question. H&L offers two types of feed. Can you name them? 2 types.
Feed?
Yeah.
Poultry and pig.
No, what? 2 forms. They're in forms.
Mash and they have pellets.
Yeah, but what are they called? Like, what's their proper name? No? Well, that is close. That is close. Solid feed and liquid feed. All right. All right, so I still have 1 card that I must give away.
Just straight up in the ear. Just right here, just.
All right, name 3 services that Agro-Investment provide.
Extension service. And you can give extension business plan, they give
And what? I'm hearing it. You can purchase. Yes. Okay. All right, come. All right, guys, thank you so much for being good sports, Miss December said you can just come and wrap
In regards to spur tree sites, Mr. Hello, hello. All right, so let's go ahead in regards to. Let's go ahead in regards to the other set of prices. Mr. Jeffrey, you can come. So, Mr. Grant, Mr. Parkinson, Ms. Fisher, our president would like to give you 3 gift baskets. And Mr. Grant.
Yes, he's here. He's coming.
All right, and then after the presentations, we'll have our voting plans, and that will be it. All right, let's do the presentations quickly because I know we all want to go home.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I would like to thank everyone for being here, most of all, but especially I'd like to thank our honorable guests that were here. We had the Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Franklin Witter, Minister of State within the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. We also had Chief Technical Director of Special Projects, Courtney Cole, here present. They're not here right now. And also we had Mr. Dermond Luke Spence. He is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry as well. My sincere thanks to all the guest speakers, Ms. Shalika Darby, Acting International Trade Specialist by Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, Mr. Robin Russell, President of Jamaica Hotel and Tourism Association, Mrs. Rita Hilton, Member of Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, also she is the CEO of Carita, Mr. Damian Rowe, Mrs. Navina Wellington Ford, Manager of National Certification Body of Jamaica, Mr. Mohan Jagnarine, Executive Director of Spur Tree Spices. Also, we had Mr. Joel Harris, Director of Marketing at Shavut International Holdings Company Limited. Well, and also we had Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzgerald, General Manager of Tijul Company Limited, Mr. David Neal Crum, Ewing Business Development Executive from Grace Kennedy Foods and Services, Ms. Tika Dillop, unfortunately could not make it here. She's the Managing Director of Harvest Hill. Trevon Welcome, Managing Director of Capsicum Exports, and Mr. Donovan Price, agronomist from Newport Furs and Jamaica Limited. Your contribution today enlightened all our attendees and viewers on the agriculture export supply chain and the integral participants and barriers of this trade. I am also very thankful for all the current and past investors for your contribution today. I know your contributions are well noted and did not fall on deaf ears. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated staff at Agro-Invest. Special thanks to our chairman, Mr. Ian Murray, and acting CEO, Owen Scarlett, for giving the directive and oversight of the expectations they had for this expo. Our marketing manager, of course, Alicia Brown Forbes, for leading the logistics and the entire setup of the expo and the flow of this entire event. Everyone involved in the planning committee, every step and participation was integral for today. We definitely cannot forget Mr. Dennis Duncan and his production team, and Visual Tech Solutions Limited for the digital and electronic services provided with regards to our online viewers being presented today. Very important, this forum warmed my heart, especially with the current state of affairs within the country and outside the country as it relates to COVID-19 and the Russian-imposed war on Ukraine. And of course, we have current brain drain problems within the country. Agriculture now is the current driver for Jamaica, and it is important to know that agriculture will not only grow the economy, back the economic stability, but agriculture also will improve our GDP. The main factors in the, well, the only factors in the GDP, agriculture right now can affect all of them. Private consumption, gross private investment, government spending, and net export. I look forward to the networking session very soon. I hope whoever else is here will attend. And you all have a blessed day. And everyone, thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Ms. Blake, for that wonderful vote of thanks. So again, thank you all for being here today. And we hope that from this Market Linkage Seminar, you understood a lot of what was presented. And we will aim to try as well to send the presentations to persons who would like to see some of the information. So that will be relayed with our marketing manager, Mrs. Alicia Brown Forbes. So you can call Agro-Invest and request the information, and I think we would be aiming to upload it on our website as well. So again, thank you all for attending and drive home safely. Take care.